Okay. Thank you for your patience. I am here. I've arrived. Hopefully you can hear me. I guess if you can't, you'll let me know, or let me know if there's sound issues. I am still at my mom's, but actually finally leaving this week. It's been a great visit, and I've kind of been all over the place the last month or so. So things have been kind of crazy. In a way, I'm looking forward to settling down and back into a routine. But this is my mom's house, and she certainly has a way better decorative taste than I do, I think. But anyway, here's her house. Maybe I'll get her to come on later. I was talking to her about doing it. I thought it might even be funny if her visit or if her guest appearance later today would coincide with Celtic Iron. They've only spoken briefly one time when Celtic and I were recording a video about, I think it was about the dark side of the porn industry, and my mom lasted like about 10 seconds before she had to leave. Anyway, so she's very tolerant considering the huge gap between us in a lot of ways, and the way that my life has turned out and the way that I behave at times publicly on air versus what she probably imagined or dreamed for me. It is a big gap. It is a big chasm. And she is very tolerant of that. So I think with parental relationships, I think that's all you can ask for, really, at times when you're on very different pages. And it's not like she's proud of me for trying the YouTube stuff. But I'm just saying that I had years ago when I was teaching college, I had a student who was very, very smart and well-meaning, and like a lot of people at that age in their early 20s, very idealistic and about life. And anyway, but she had always had a super close relationship with her parents, like this. Like some people have this like best friend relationship with their parents, and if that describes you, then good for you. But she had always had this really close relationship with her parents. And when she went to college, predictably, she changed. Some of her beliefs changed. And for the first time in her life, there was this gap that had opened up between her and her parents and their perspective on life and what they felt about life. And I remember that she asked me, because sometimes when you teach, especially if you teach philosophy or psychology, then students think that you know a lot more about life than you actually do. And so they think that you have some great wisdom and insight. And sometimes maybe you do, but most of the time, professors are just as, or we know, more messed up often than students, than students are, and students believe they are. But anyway, the point is, she was like asking me, like, how do I resolve this? How do I resolve this? And I said, you don't resolve it. And I said, but that's okay. You move on, and both of you, your love remains, and you forge a relationship that is different, perhaps, than the one you have now, or that is not based on mutual like solidarity with the same viewpoints and value systems. And so anyway, and it was kind of like a light sort of dawned on her that like she was released from having to feel like she was supposed to fix everything. So anyway, I don't know where I'm going with that. It's certainly not a happy birthday story, but anyways, Christopher Ellis, thank you so much for that. Oh yeah, Christopher Ellis, Ron, thank you for that. I love that beard, dude. I've always wondered how like, is that a big hassle, the upkeep on a beard like that? Even if you're just doing it in a very casual way, right? Like you, but like, does it still get in the way and stuff? I don't know. You can tell me in the chat. But I really appreciate you, and we've spoken before. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's talk about like some fun stuff or whatever. So this is my plan for today. So we've got 3 hours. I've got 3 hours blocked off. Oh, I noticed when I was watching the last live stream that I did, and part of that is just a shitty microphone, which I finally have a new one in Waco. So I just have to have it shipped to me. But for right now, this is what I'm dealing with. But I noticed that on the microphone, it picks up this like sometimes this like heavy sort of nasal congestion sound, and I was like, that kind of sucks. But there's nothing I can really do about it because I actually do have a lot of nasal congestion. But it's funny because I was thinking about it, made me think about that debate between Donald Trump and who was that debate between? I don't even remember. I just remember the debate between Donald Trump and someone, and Carrie Fisher, God rest her soul, she's dead now. But she was ragging on Trump for being a coke addict, and she was like, "I know what that sounds like." I think it was just a microphone, like a bad microphone that was picking up more than it should. But I noticed that on my live stream, and then I also noticed that sometimes I need to drink more water. It's very obvious. So anyway, that just came to mind. I'm reaching for the water now. Okay, I missed a chat. I think back there, super sticker. Just a second. Okay, where was it? Where was it? Linda, there we go. Linda A, thank you so much for that. And if anybody wants to leave a message, feel free to do that as well. But I appreciate you. Okay, we've got over 100 people on this. That is not bad, not bad at all, considering I kind of announced it at the last minute. So here's the plan. Yeah, so we'll talk about some fun things, hopefully, and then I'm going to open it up to basically to everybody, and I will put the guest link in the chat when I do that in a little while, and so we can have an opportunity for just an open call-in show as well. And the way that that works is I put the link there and I'll announce it, and then anybody can click on that link, and then it will take you to the waiting room. And so then I'll see people who are lined up there, and then I'll let you in and we'll talk. And you don't have to show your face. You can use an avatar, whatever you want to do. I've done this before, like once or twice, right? And I was actually surprised that almost no one did it because I figured that I would have a lot of people who wanted to say hi publicly and get on TV and get on the computer, on the internet, and be seen and so forth. So, but I know it's scary and it's daunting in a way. And so, anyway, I'm just saying though, don't feel shy if you want to talk. I mean, don't get on here and say crazy things or whatever because I'll have to pull the plug. But it's not like a episode of Punked, right? Or it shouldn't be. But no, seriously, if anybody wants to get on in a little while and talk, give it a shot. So I'm going to do that. And then I am going to hopefully drag my mom in here in a little while. We will see. I've got Celtic Iron coming up and also my friend, the Kinky Connoisseur, whom you Manson fans will remember if you've seen those episodes on my YouTube channel that I did a couple of interviews with her. And we talked about, she debunked basically a number of the allegations of a number of these women that were S&M BDSM based because she said that they didn't make sense from the perspective of someone who is well versed and well practiced in BDSM. So anyway, that was interesting, and you can still check it out on my channel. I think if you just Google Colonel Kurtz Manson BDSM expert. But if you Google that, it'll come up. And then we also did a video where we talked about something else. I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so super stickers. And by the way, I just want to thank you all for the super stickers. And for those who don't mind another alternative route, I also have PayPal linked below. So that I tell people that is, I guess, technically my preferred method if you want to tip me, just because they take much less of your money. I know they're annoying too in a lot of ways, but PayPal takes much less of your money than YouTube does. But I'm never going to discourage anyone from giving super stickers. And it's also a fun thing, you know, the super stickers, the super chats. It's a fun thing, I know, for people to see that scrolling, and it kind of keeps a lively atmosphere. And I appreciate y'all. If anybody does want to tip or donate through PayPal, then the link is below this in the description. And if you want to leave a message, then I'll read it just like I would read a super chat. And I don't read last names unless you want me to, but your first name and a message if you want to. The PayPal links below. Okay, let me see. Starkey Pants. I like that name. That's good. Thank you so much for that super sticker. Tony Marie Antonson, you have been around. Is it Tony or Tone? Sorry. You have been around for a while. I may not know how to pronounce your name correctly, but I have seen you for a long time now on my chats, commenting on videos and so forth. So I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And thanks for that birthday message. Happy birthday to you, CK. Have a blast. Thank you so much. So I have not. Oh, did I miss a $5 super chat there? Oh, I missed a couple of things, didn't I? Just a second. No, I got Starkey Pants. Okay, where's the dog? Yeah, there we go. Lily Smith. I was like, there's a cute dog there I didn't get to. Okay, Lily says, I got the TNS serum and the anti-age. So far, the TNS is really nice. I noticed a difference after just 1 week. I look fresher. Thank you for bringing that up, because I really miss opportunities to talk about skincare. And I'm not going to go off on some long tangent, people, don't worry, but might go off on like a 1 or 2 minute tangent here since you brought it up and want to respond to your super sticker. Thank you. Is that I'm almost, well, almost. I'm turning 43 today. So today's my birthday. I even brought my passport here just to prove it. I don't really know why I would need to prove it, right? But then I was like, oh, there's this information that I may not want to publicize, but but yes, but anyway, you can see here, well, I probably shouldn't even show you this. Never mind. But it's in there. You can look me up online. You get a private investigator to verify my age. But my point is though, I turned 43 tonight. I think my mom had me, she said like at 6:30 p.m. And it sounds conceited, I think, when people talk about their skin in a way, in a positive way, like, oh, I know I look somewhat younger than I am, and here are my skincare secrets. And I don't want to be annoying like that. And so I did do a skincare video a long time ago, and the acoustics were horrible. I need to update it and do another one. But I did a skincare video, and I talked about actually, like, when people say, "Oh, you do look a little younger than 43," and particularly in person. Sometimes, TV, computers, whatever with the lighting, it really just depends. It's amazing. I've learned, even just doing the amateur lighting stuff that I do, I have learned how much of a difference lighting really makes, because I could take, right now, I think that this lighting is making my skin look good. I don't love the pimple right here that's come up, but what can you do? But I think the lighting makes my skin look good. But like, I could just basically just pick up this computer and go to a different room with different lighting, and suddenly I'm going to look like 10 years older. So, so anyway, I think that that's funny, but I do really like to talk about skincare, and there's a part of me that knows that it is superficial in a way. I mean, anything that is concerned with our appearance, it is automatically superficial, unless what we're talking about perhaps is evidence that someone is physically fit, that someone works out, right? Then yes, someone's appearance, it tells us something deeper about that person. But in general, yeah, it's meaningless, but at the same time, it's something that everybody pays attention to on a basic biological level. And it's one of the really shitty parts of being a human being, I think. And it's something that, yes, does tend to fall, I think, more disproportionately on women, but also that men have to deal with, and increasingly in this, I think, youth and appearance obsessed society. The fact that humans have a basic biological response to physical cues and physical appearance. Even though I know there's also a great deal of dissent about what is beautiful and what is not. I'm not talking about that, but I'm just saying in general, these sort of general ideas that people have about appearance and youthfulness. And so here is my point, is that on the one hand, I think it's really superficial, obviously, to care about skincare and to talk about skincare and to talk about anti-aging products, as I do from time to time. On the other hand, I think in like a realistic, pragmatic sense, um, it, it's something that there is a real sort of logic in it. And there is a logic in taking care of your skin. And really, it doesn't matter at what age you're at, because some people will say to me, well, I'm 55 years old and I've taken horrible care of my skin up to this point, and so I'm just a lost cause. So what's the point for me? And that's actually not true. One of the things that I've talked about on my channel, and that I talk about in the skincare video, is the fact that there are some things that you could just go down the street to your dermatologist office and get, that would actually, and that wouldn't even be that expensive, that would actually have a profound impact on your skin and can even make things go away, can make things look better. So it's not just about prevention. And the other thing I would say is, you might say, I'm 55 years old and I feel like I look bad. What's the point? But I can damn well guarantee you that when you get to be 65 years old, 70 years old, you're going to look back at your 55-year-old self and you're going to say, you know what, I look better than I thought. I mean, we always do that. How many of you have this experience where when you're going through a particular period of time in that present, you fixate on all of your flaws? So, oh, I was too chunky then, or oh, I had circles under my eyes or this or that. And then you look back and then 10 years goes by, 20 years goes by, and you look back at those photos and you say, oh my God, I was hot. Like what? Right? Why didn't I appreciate that? And so my point being that no matter what age you are, at some point you're going to get to be an age where you're going to still wish that you had taken better care of your skin or better care of your body if we're talking about exercise or fitness. So I just don't believe, and as someone who in many ways is not fit and consumes like too much sugar and stuff, like I'm not trying to lecture people, but I'm just saying I don't believe that it's too late ever for anyone to care about taking care of their body or their skin. So anyway, so she was just saying that she's tried the stem cell. So there's this thing and you can look at my videos. I'm about to move on, but you can look at my skincare video. But there's this thing called human sourced stem cell cream, and it has to be human sourced. The plant source doesn't really do anything for you, but the human sourced stem cell cream, it is sold in different forms. You can get it's called a TNS, not TNA, but TNS serum. You can actually buy this online. Skin Medica, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. And then there's one that's actually stronger, I think, which is Anti-Age, Anteage, Anti-Age serum, stem cell serum. And if you can go on their website and find a doctor who sells the MD version, basically like the prescription version, or you have to pick it up at that office, that's actually the best. But any of these are good if they're human sourced. And so like those are not that expensive if you space it out over a 6-month period. It really isn't. And then like get a retinoid, go to the doctor and get Retin-A, or if that's too intense for your skin, you need to start with something mild like an over-the-counter retinoid. There are a number that you can buy, like SkinCeuticals. They sell retinol on their site. You can go to the drugstore and get some decent ones, I think. Do your research. But like that's not even expensive. That's cheap. And retinoids are still arguably the most powerful thing that you can do for your skin in terms of anti-aging and making your skin look better and fresher and actually producing more collagen. And then you can also get into things like a BBL Forever Young laser. But I understand that when we start and micro needling, professional micro needling, things like that. But I understand that when we get into then what people would have to go see a dermatologist for, or go to a med spa for, that then we're getting into stuff that's more expensive. Although again, it's for a lot of people, I feel like it's about priorities. I'm not trying to be elitist because like I wouldn't do probably almost any of this if I didn't get it for free, because basically my sort of father-in-law is a dermatologist, or he has it's a long story, but he has a medical spa, anti-aging, skincare, lasers, all of that stuff. And so anyway, these are things like all of these things, like I talk about lasers and even the stem cell stuff. Like it's not stuff that I would do. I don't have the money to do it. But my point is though, that there are a number of people who have different, priorities in life. And so I'm just saying that when some of these interventions are really not very expensive, when you think about how they're spaced out over months. And so like something like the BBL Forever Young procedure is something that you can see significant benefits from just doing it once a year, several $100s once a year. But anyway, okay. My PSA for the Dermatological Association of America is now over. Sponsored by the U.S. Dermatological Association. No, sponsored by, I guess, like BBL lasers. Anti-Age stem cell cream. They should pay me. I should start. I never get any offers of sponsorship, or hardly ever, because my program is so controversial. And so I know that there are all these people out there doing ASMR, and I'm still considering getting back into ASMR and trying that again with better tech now, because I see how many millions of views people get for those ASMR videos. I mean, I make a video and I put a lot of effort into it at times, and I'll be lucky if it cracks 20,000 views. And then you see these ASMR videos, and it's, I mean, and they're beautifully put together and everything, but it's just like one lady like playing with the other lady's hair and like speaking softly to her with these sort of slight homoerotic overtones or undertones. Very relaxing and tranquil and everything. And it's got like 3 million views or whatever. people watch that stuff over and over and over like porn. So, and I mean, I appreciate it. It's very relaxing. There are times when I am not able to go to sleep and I watch an ASMR video and I find myself falling asleep. It totally works. I love ASMR. But anyway, my point being, where was I going with all that? Um, anyway, just to say that the YouTube game, it is interesting, and sometimes it's hard if you're not doing a genre like ASMR. It's hard to really break through and crack a lot of views. Okay. So yes, so my point being, I don't get many requests for sponsorship, and when I do, there are these weird things that I can't end up agreeing to it. So that's one reason why people say, "Why don't you have any sponsors?" Well, it's because I've only gotten sponsorship requests from some weird stuff, and I don't mean weird in a judgmental way, like bondage gear or whatever, but I just mean like some weird like computer stuff I didn't really understand, and I'm thinking I don't even think my audience will want to like sit through like 20 seconds of this being explained. So anyway, we'll see, but I should maybe approach like Skin Medica or Entourage or some of these companies and say, yeah, I do this whole like, anti-Me Too, politically incorrect, Marilyn Manson, stuff going on over here. But I also really am into your skincare products. Would you sponsor me, please? Okay. All right, everybody. So, hello, hello. I am, oh, I like the pink there. Thank you. Look at yourself and see what you see. If you are not happy, address it. However, it's only for each individual. That's right. Yep. That's right. And what I, what I think about the skincare topic and even like plastic surgery and how we see obviously that almost all celebrities now are getting interventions or even dramatic interventions to look increasingly to look really great. It used to be, and I've said this before, but it used to be you would look at a celebrity who had obviously had a lot of work done because their face had changed, and you would think, "Ooh, they look weird. They look waxy, or they look like a mannequin, or they look the out of proportion now. The lips are too big, or this, or it's yeah. I guess they look younger, but no, they just look weird." And what I'm seeing now, more and more and more, is that there are many cases now where celebrities have obviously had work done because their faces have changed, but it's looking really good. And I'll give you two cases in point. And again, I'm not trying to advocate for the plastic surgery industry or what have you. I'm just and I am trying. I think it's a good philosophy to try to hold off if you're going to get Botox or if you're going to do stuff like that, fillers, whatever, all the stuff that people are getting now, to hold off on that as long as you can and really focus on preventative skincare. And so, like, I've never had Botox, I've never had fillers, anything like that. And I'm not saying that with some sense of pride because I will one day when I get to the point where I feel like I need them. But I'm just saying that I do think like focusing on like SPF, wearing hats, and using a retinoid, like just basic things like that with skincare. And then if someone can afford a little more, some laser treatments. Anyway, okay, but enough of that. But I think it is an interesting topic. But I was going to tell you the two celebrities that I think are good examples of this. Uh, First one is Brad Pitt. I saw a picture of Brad Pitt the other day at an event. I mean, he's always in the news, right? And he's always in different events. But I saw a picture of him the other day, and he is 60 years old now, right? Brad Pitt, he's either 59 or he's 60. Has he actually turned 60? I'm gonna look and see. Okay. Okay, 59 years, birthday December 18th. Okay. So 60 for Brad Pitt, right around the corner. And I was gonna try to find like a recent picture of him. This picture that I saw the other day. Well, I don't see it, but Brad Pitt, almost 60 years old, and he looks amazing. He looks like an extremely handsome 45-year-old. And in some cases younger. You can see with the celebrities too when they maybe have gotten to the end of their Botox cycle or their fillers cycle or stuff has kind of started to sag a bit or whatever because they'll start looking older, and then like the next day or the next week you'll see pictures and suddenly it looks like someone's taken like 5, 10 years off their face. And like, yeah, but I mean, obviously what's happened is they have had something, a nip, a tuck, an intense laser treatment, fillers, Botox, whatever. And so the face is freshened up. And again, like I just think in a kind of a sci-fi way, if nothing else, it's really interesting. But Brad Pitt, he looks amazing right now. And it does not look fake. It does not look that it's not that mannequinized, overdone thing that I think people think is still the norm for these kinds of cosmetic interventions. And so that's one. Another one is Rachel Weisz. And I've said before that if there's ever a movie made about the Marilyn Manson conspiracy, I think one day there will be an amazing movie made about it. It may not even be in our generation. Like I may be an old woman before people look back and reassess and say, wow, that was a really crazy story, really interesting thing that happened there. Kind of like in Babylon. I hated Babylon, by the way, the recent Margot Robbie film. Recent, I don't know, it was like 6 months ago. That movie, no offense to those of you who liked it, but I guess I just have to say, I don't know what crack you were smoking because I just couldn't believe how like boring and tedious and it just felt like you had all this talent there and then someone didn't know what to do with them or whatever. So, but I did appreciate though the story of Fatty Arbuckle and that hoax that was explored to a degree in that film. And anyway, you can look it up. This is something that Paula, who's been my guest before, Marilyn Manson's friend and ex-assistant, this was something that Paula brought to my attention. But Fatty Arbuckle, I'll bring a picture up here. You're like, yeah, you'll bring a picture of Fatty Arbuckle, but we don't get to see Brad Pitt. Yeah, sorry, life is not, it's not fair. Fatty Arbuckle seemed like a cool guy, though, from what I read about him. So, like, he was this really famous star. Excuse me. There we go again. That'll be loud again. Loud nasal congestion. Okay. He was a really big star in the early 20th century, and he was a big guy, and his comedic shtick in these performances that he would do, they were kind of based on his size. And so kind of like you would say, like, for instance, like Rammstein's Till Lindemann's persona or Marilyn Manson's, Brian Warner's persona as Marilyn Manson are based on certain attributes, like of being like really edgy, or in Manson's case, the image of a really disturbed person. And Lindemann, I don't know, like sex addict or whatever. Like, again, I'm not an expert on these guys and their art and their personas, but I'm just saying, like, Fatty Arbuckle, his was based in part on his size. And so what happened was he was partying one night with some women. I don't remember the exact story, but one of them ended up dying of I don't know if she drank too much or an overdose, or she just had some kind of physical problem, but she died suddenly. And there was this rumor that broke out that Fatty Arbuckle had smothered her with his body, that she had died after being physically smothered, like this big fat guy that was laying on top of her. And then this turned into a huge thing where the government went after him, and there were lawsuits. And it turns out that it was based on. And then there was someone who gave false testimony. There was a woman who gave false testimony. I've never heard that before, right? And anyway, point is, he was innocent, and it ended up being proven after years of persecution and tribulation on by the media, by fake accusers, by attention-seeking individuals, and even at one point by the government. Um, it was a horrible period of persecution, but he ended up coming out of it, and he ended up being vindicated. And he was actually about to restart his life and had just scored a role in a really important film, and this was going to be his big comeback, and he could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. And he died of a heart attack, I believe. And so, but thank God that at least he got to the point in his life where he saw it through and he saw that his he was vindicated and he had hopes for the future. That's actually, even though he died young, it's actually, I think, a great note to go out on. And a lot of people don't get that, right? They die in ignominy and shame, unfortunately. So, like Oscar Wilde. So, anyway, so I think that's interesting. But my point is, if there's ever a movie, and there should be, but if there's ever a movie about the Marilyn Manson hoax and this entire crazy situation, I'm not saying that I'll have a big role in it, but hopefully my character, my persona, if you will be in there at least a little bit. And so my request, my demand is that Rachel Weisz play me. That's my dream, is to one day have Rachel Weisz playing me as someone. But she is someone who is an excellent example of a person who has obviously had plastic surgery interventions, significant dermatological interventions, whatever you want to call it, procedures. And she is 50, what, 52, 53. And I watched that Amazon series that she did, Dead Ringers, where she played twins. And she was beautiful and could very much have passed for early 30s and didn't look fake at all. And so my point just being that they are really changing, and it's going to be like that movie One Day in Time. If you've seen that, with Justin Timberlake and Amanda Seyfried, and it's about how in the future, well, actually, I was going to say we can watch it, but then YouTube loves to zap me for using their material, or for using copyrighted material. So I'm just going to show you an image from this, though it might jog your memory. But there was this movie called In Time with Justin Timberlake and Amanda Seyfried. Here, I'll show it to you. And here we go. Okay. And so basically the premise was this: in the future, science has advanced to the point where it is scientifically possible to live for an extensive, significant period of time. In other words, you could live hundreds of years. And not only to live hundreds and hundreds of years like a vampire, but also to be perfectly physically preserved and to always look young. And so there's a scene in the film where one of the characters meets another character's mother and grandmother, I think, and daughter, and they all look the same age. Like the grandmother looks exactly the same age as her granddaughter. But in this movie, currency, instead of having like dollars and stuff, right? What the currency is actually lifespan, and so the poor have short lifespans, and the wealthy can just live for hundreds and hundreds of years, or what have you. And so, it's interesting. It's dystopic, and it has kind of, in a way, kind of a Marxist perspective on things. Which, as you know, if you've watched my videos, I'm certainly not a big Marxist. I did like what this film did, though, the perspective that it had, because I think that we're basically almost there. And you can look at someone who, like a movie star who has a lot of money, and you can look at what age they appear to be, and it's probably significantly younger than someone who doesn't have money. So there is a gap opening. And not to mention like the other stuff like hormones and anti-aging treatments and sort of Lance Armstrong level shit that some people are having or have access to now if they go to anti-aging like endocrine doctors and things like this. These are not things that I'm doing. Like that's way out of my it's way out of my league, right? Again, like I said, I only do stuff that I get for free. But this is stuff that I've heard about. Like someone was telling me that she pays $15,000 a year. I think it's gone up now, but I think that was what she got in on. But it was now like 30 grand a year, $30,000 a year to see this anti-aging endocrinologist who has her on all this stuff, not just hormones, but like metformin and all of these. There are all these different drugs that could have anti-aging properties. So doesn't that just make all of you, and me included, feel shitty that we're going to be living like a normal, 80 something years if we're lucky lifespan, and then like there's gonna be these people who are just like J Lo's gonna be like 500 years old, and she's gonna still look how she looks today, just probably look younger. 500 years, J Lo. Someone should do that as a meme. They should get a picture of J Lo and gonna say, I know she's had some plastic surgery, obviously, and many interventions and stuff, but she, I mean, she just looks the same age. It's amazing. But somebody should get a picture of her and do a meme, and then say something like J Lo in 500 years, and it's just she just looks the same. I will say this about J Lo, and this is something I pointed out before. Yeah, I'm sure she's getting all kinds of shit done, but she also has amazing genes because if you look at J-Lo's mother, um, when J-Lo's okay, so J-Lo's mother, when she was 50 something years old, she was on Oprah on a talk show with J-Lo, and I'm trying to find the photo, but oh, there it is. Okay. So this is from Oprah. This is J-Lo's mother. Okay. Now I want you to understand, some of you have seen this before. You know what I'm getting at here. I looked up her age. Her name is Guadalupe or Guadalupe. I'm sorry, I don't know how you exactly say that correctly, but I looked up her age when she was on this Oprah show. And she was in her 50s here, y'all. And this was before Botox and fillers had become common practice. This was when her daughter was very young, was in her 20s, right? When JLo was just becoming a star. And so my point being that this is a natural phase. Maybe, I mean, who knows? Maybe she was using Retin-A or something. But this is a natural face. This is a 50-something-year-old woman. So it's like, dude, I mean, it is possible that JLo just has really great fountain of youth genes there. I don't know, but anyway, I was taken aback. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep talking about some things, but I am going to put the call in link below. So if anybody wants to hop on, you'll be able to do that. Okay. And it's not like literal call in, like it'll be like you're a guest. It's the same thing that happens with all the guests is it'll just put you in the waiting room when you click on the link. You might have to fill out your name and stuff, whatever. But and it'll give you the option of being seen or of just having an avatar. But you click on that, it'll let you into the waiting room, and then I'll let you in and we'll talk. Thank you, Stitcho Alpha Omega XXX. That is quite a name. But thank you for the super sticker. I'm going to check my PayPal right now, see if there are any messages I need to attend to. Oh, okay. Yes. Hold on a second. So Timothy, don't want to say your last name, says, "Happy birthday, Colonel Kurtz. Thank you for that donation." Julie, yes, and Julie's one of my big supporters. And I don't know. You probably don't care if I say your name, Julie, because I've seen you post before, but I don't know. So Julie says, "Happy birthday, Kristen. Love when you do Saturday live streams. God bless you, your mama, your man, and your cats." I love that. And then it got cut off, but I think you were saying, "Have a great day." Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that. Okay. All right. Yeah. So I tell you what I want to do. I'm going to take a short break. It's not going to be a long thing or anything, but I'm going to take a short 5-minute break, and I'm going to put the link down here if anybody wants to get in the call-in queue, and then I'll come back in a little while, 5 minutes, and we will continue. And you know what? If you want to get in the queue, you don't have to have anything either that's particularly insightful. It could just be you want to ask me a question, say hi. Like I'm totally fine with whatever. So let me get the link here. Okay. So I'm putting the link in the chat. And then I'm going to highlight it. And by the way, I want to thank my mods, Vanessa and AJ and Laura B and Rebel Bird. Yes, Rebel Bird. The Colonel will return after these messages. That's right. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I'm going to go on pause for 5 minutes. Mods, don't let anyone leave. And I'll be back. But if you want to click on that link, you want to get in the queue, I'll see you in a minute. Okay. Oh, you know what though? I really am bothered by that pimple there. I'm gonna put a little cover up on that, and then I'll come back. What I don't like about it, not that it looks gross, it looks like I smeared my lipstick, and really it's just a pimple, and that yeah, it's nice. Aren't you glad that you showed up here? Okay, be right back. But I'm not gonna do a Mr. Pimple Popper or any of that shit. You're not gonna not doing that here. Oh, good. We've got somebody. Congrats to Anonymous. Oh, it's always kind of ominous, though. What is Anonymous going to say? Anonymous, are you someone from my past? You're going to destroy me now? Oh, awesome. Okay, cool. There's an image of Marilyn Manson now. I would expect at some point that I'm going to get a visit from Minnie Manson, whether wanted or unwanted. So, this is all right. You should be able to hear me. Can I hear you? Hello? I hear my cat, my own cat in the background. Oh man. All right. Yeah, Celtic Iron is going to come on a little bit later. So, hello Anonymous. I can see you, but I cannot hear you. Yeah. Oh wait, let's see. Let me try here. Okay, it says your mic is unmuted. Hello? I don't know, I can't hear you. I do love that Marilyn Manson poster though. So, thumbs up on that. I just cannot hear you. All right. All right. Well, I'm going to bring someone else into the stream right now. Let's see if you're Oh wait, they disappeared. There was someone else here for a minute and I was going to click on that. Um Okay. Well, Anonymous, if you I like the image. I can't hear you, so if you can fix that on your end, great, but I'll leave up the image and I'll keep talking with that awesome picture of Marilyn Manson. So we have a big Marilyn Manson fan, I think, with his really cool poster. Yes. So, someone says Jane says your pimple looks like an amber bruise. Yes, Johnny Depp did not cause this injury. I need to go to the courthouse and I need to parade around. And like Amber, what I need to do is I need to move my head around in all these different directions to make sure that the photographer captures the fake bruise on my cheek. To me, that was one of the things that when I went and looked back at that footage of Amber Heard outside the courthouse, to me, that was one of the things that was the most laughable in hindsight is at the time I didn't know what she was doing. I thought she was probably telling the truth. I felt sorry for her. Unfortunately, I bought into the BS like a lot of people. Oh wow, that is an awesome picture too. I'm actually liking this visual tour that this person is giving us while I'm talking. So here, make it bigger here. Um, that's very cool. Thank you. So anyway, what was I just talking about? Yeah, I know their mic must be off on their end. I've told them to check on it, but maybe they just wanted to show us these pictures. So someone says be careful. Yeah. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, it could go bad at any moment, but that's the risk you take with with live streaming. Okay. Rebel Bird says, drop the call-in link again and pin it, Colonel Kurtz. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. So let me get the link. All right. Oh. Okay. So here's the link, the call-in link again. I'm going to show it and then pin it. How do I do that? I put a star next to it. Is that the same as pinning it? I don't know. I'll keep it up here for a bit. How about that? Okay, AJ, you are on the stream. What's up? Can you hear me?
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to me. Um,
Yeah, happy birthday.
I'm glad that well, I'm glad we know now that the system is working because I was afraid that maybe I couldn't hear the other person because of some kind of StreamYard problem. So, are you outside? I hear some wind, I think. Are you enjoying
Oh,
a lovely
yeah.
day?
No, you probably hear the fan in the background.
Oh.
Hold on a second. Is that better?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
there
That
you
is
go.
good.
All right.
My cat says hi. She's in the background.
Well, hello, kitty.
She's very cranky today. I would
Oh,
pick her
no.
up, but that will generate a whole new round of screaming. Yeah, maybe put her in the come here. Hey, do you want to say hi? Come here. Do you want to say hello to you can say hello to
Oh,
AJ
my
and to the
goodness.
audience. Here we go. Here we go. Hello. Hello.
Oh,
Yes.
what a cutie.
Her name is Dr. B. She's a very intelligent cat. That's a PhD, not an MD for everyone. But nah, she's really
Oh, that's
smart.
cool.
But when I adopted her, her name was I adopted her. She was already a couple of years old. She was at the shelter, and they had named her Tweak, like like the word for meth heads freaking out. And so that should have been my
Oh,
first
no.
warning there. If the cat's name, if the cat has been given the moniker Tweak, that should be my first warning that something's wrong. And then they had written on the tag that the people who had turned her in, so to speak, they'd requested that it be written on the tag that the cat required a lot of attention. And so I remember thinking, well, this cat's really cute. It's really friendly. It's talkative. How much attention could a cat really require? I mean, it's not like a dog, right? Little did I
No.
know. You have a lot of cats, I know, right?
Well, three. I have three cats. But no, you're on their time. A dog wants attention when it can get it, but a cat on their time when they're ready for it.
Mhm. Mhm. No, it's
Uh,
true. It's true.
I'm
But
getting I'm getting
her
stared at right now, so we'll see what happens.
so AJ, you have been around. I would say you've been a fan and supporter of mine for a long time. You got into it with the Johnny Depp stuff, right? Was that your first exposure to my work?
Oh
Like a
yeah,
year ago?
yeah, yeah. About well, year and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how a lot of people found me. And so I was really if I had seen if I had seen what a huge media circus that was going to turn into, I would have been making a lot more Depp versus Heard videos. But
Right.
I focus most of my attention, as people know, on the Marilyn Manson situation. And it wasn't really until the trial started, the Depp versus Heard trial, that I actually started making a lot of videos on it because I had covered it some and I had started my channel with the intention of covering it, but I'd really gotten so distracted by the Marilyn Manson thing because the Marilyn Manson situation to me seemed even more gigantic in its audacity and its implications than even what Amber Heard had done to Johnny Depp. But anyway, but you do you remember the first video of mine that you saw? By any chance?
As I recall, it might have been you were down at your mother's, uh, sitting on the floor near the fireplace, maybe.
I
Does
did
that
those
sound familiar?
fireplace yeah, I did those fireplace videos, and, it was one of those that they sampled for the Depp versus Heard documentary that came out a couple of weeks ago. It was
Yeah,
when I
yeah.
was on Legal Bites, which, thank you so much to her and kudos to her. I really appreciate it for having me on her show. the legal bites lady, even though I am not in any way a lawyer and have no law degree, it was a big thing for me, and I got a lot of new followers. But but they took a little clip of me singing in front of the fireplace, talking about the Deuters text and the kicking thing, and anyway, it's probably one of the worst things that they could have picked out of my repertoire, but that's how it goes. But yeah, well, what do you want to? I was going to ask because actually have another couple of people in the queue here. What did you want to say? Do you want to give a shout out to anybody? Do you want to say anything for our
No,
viewers?
just to wish you a happy birthday, but
Oh,
hey, and then my favorite band's coming to town, so that's pretty cool. I'm ready for that.
yes. So AJ is a huge fan of the Band of Heathens, which I'm horrible when it comes to musical knowledge. I know whatever's playing on the radio and classic rock and some 90s music, but that's about it. And so I didn't even know who the Band of Heathens were and until you told me about them. And then I realized, well, they've got a huge following and a lot of music.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So you have seen them a number of times, but
Well,
anyways.
the Band of Heathens, I've seen them once live, and that was there in Texas, up in Dallas at the Kessler Theater. But that was, what, a year? It'll be 2 years ago this November. Um, but yeah, I hung out on YouTube during the pandemic checking them out. So it was always my Tuesday live stream
Yeah,
thing.
you follow
Kind
them
of
a
held it
lot
together. Yeah.
online. Yeah, a lot online, and, the pandemic, that was just like a crazy readjustment, I think, for a lot of groups, a lot of bands, just to have suddenly, everything
Well,
just
just
shut down. Everybody I know in the entertainment industry and a lot of industries, that
it
was
was a big adjustment for everybody.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
surreal.
right, and so whoever adapted uh, as quickly as they could probably gained the most ground. Like yourself, what were you going to do? What were you going to do? Try to teach any literature or anything when the kids aren't even there in the school, right? So,
Yeah, well, when I was teaching, there they continued to offer remote. Hey, kitty. Oh, she's on the table now. They continued to offer remote classes, but it's just not the same thing. All right. Well, listen, AJ, thank you so much for the happy birthday and for your support
oh, no problem.
and also for modding everybody. This is one of our main moderators, so I appreciate you, and we'll see you later. All
All
right.
righty. Take
Bye
care
bye.
now. All
Bye.
right.
All right. Okay, so holographic breathing. Is that your name? Here we go. There you are. Oh, and I
Hello.
have 1 second. I've got a super sticker or a super chat here. Stitch says, Colonel Kurtz, I've been watching your channel since the year 2021, the start of the Marilyn Manson false allegations. You and Celtic Iron should review Shauna Lika fame. Uh, review Fame, Power, Abuse, Reckoning with Marilyn Manson. Is this a new YouTube video? I'll have to check this out. Let me know in the comments, Stitch. But I'll look it up. Fame, Power, Abuse, Reckoning with Marilyn Manson. Okay. And I'm going to talk in a little while. I have a few things to say about documentaries that are in the works that I've heard are in the works, not just Channel 4. Okay. So holographic breathing, is that what you go by?
Yeah, that's I've got a kind of a company called Holographic Breathing, and I've got a YouTube channel, and I've been watching you since the beginning of the Johnny Depp trial. And I have to say, I was always intrigued. I listened to the other channels and they're talking about it, and they're not really on my wavelength. It's just news. But when you talk, for me, you have a healing quality. You may be a psychologist, but you're channeling. There's a spiritual quality which always came across to me. And that, I think that's why I was attracted to you, because I could always just sit and listen to your stuff in the background. It didn't really matter what you're talking about. There's a certain, you get into a rhythm. I think that's why you can do such long live broadcast, because I think you channel an energy
Oh,
when you
wow.
start talking. And I kind of know that because that's what happens to me when I'm teaching webinars. I'm normally very shy, but in a webinar, suddenly I start feeling alive and I start talking, and I just can't stop. It's a different topic to what you're doing, but I think it's a similar principle. Um, so you,
Let me tell you something before you continue, that when people hear us talking about this idea of channeling something when one is speaking, or in any kind of art or self-expression, I know that there are a number of people who are going to say, oh, it sounds so weird, and oh, this guy, what is he talking about? Gee, I can see you're channeling a spirit or whatever, right? But let me tell you something. I have thought on multiple occasions, back when I was teaching, when I was actually teaching in a classroom, and then since I've started this YouTube stuff, I have thought on multiple occasions, and the same goes for other creativity, writing, when I edit videos, when I put videos together, even things, little videos, cute videos for Instagram or what have you. I have thought on many occasions that it often feels like when I actually get into creating something, you call it a rhythm, but when I actually am absorbed in it and really into that flow, that it feels like it's not coming from me, that it feels like it's coming from somewhere else. And I'm not saying that, and I don't actually think that this is unique to me or you. I think that basically it's the nature of anyone who is an artist, anyone, people know, like those of you in the audience who play an instrument, and maybe you don't even
yeah,
play it well, but you,
musicians,
yeah, it feels like there is a spiritual energy
mm,
there.
yeah,
Go ahead.
it doesn't have to be woo woo spirits or anything like that. It's like you just come in contact with a deeper level of yourself that wants to be expressed, and you can talk about almost anything in that state.
Mhm.
And there's the intellectual content, which is okay. I'm interested in what you talk about, but there's the aliveness of hearing the genuine quality of that person being spoken. You can listen
Mhm.
to somebody speaking about something really interesting and it
Mhm.
will bore you half to death. But you can listen to somebody who's speaking from their soul, saying exactly the same thing. You're like, wow, wow, wow.
Aw. Aw.
And
I
that's kind of you're my favorite presenter because of that. I don't know anybody else other than people who are doing it just for a healing thing and trying to do it. You're the only one that I know that does it in your realm, really. So
Well, that means a lot to me, and for my part, I could come up with a list of a number of other people whose YouTube channels I watch and listen to, who I think also have that quality, but I don't wanna detract from the compliment that you're paying me, and I want you to understand that, like, I really don't feel that it's a trivial or ridiculous or kind of loony thing that you're saying there, because I really do feel it. And I think that everybody who's had a moment where they were really in a state of flow with creating art or music, or maybe not even creating it, anybody who's ever gone to a concert or to or listen to a church choir or something, you have that feeling of transcendence. And so I think
or
that
or,
I
or,
feel that often on YouTube.
or anywhere where somebody is in, like a footballer, they're
Mm,
doing something and there's all the mechanics, but at a certain point it transcends that, and they just do something that's impossible to put together. They just hit a certain point, or a dancer or anybody who's just fully into, a carpenter just fully
mhm.
into what they're doing. This whole spiritual thing, it doesn't have to be spooky or anything like that.
Right.
People have different levels of spiritual, or just themselves. Do you know what I mean? Thinking
Mhm.
spiritual and outside of yourself, but actually that mirrors what's in you when you come in contact with what is deeply you, that is spiritual. You know, it's not your physical body, it's not your emotions, it's not your mind. That bit of you that you consider or feel as yourself, what is that other than spiritual, you know, or energetic, you know?
I agree with you. I really do agree with you, and I appreciate you having the courage to say that, because I think to some people that would sound loony, or people might say, what is this guy talking about with her?" But I really feel that. And you know what's interesting? Let me tell you something briefly. Several days ago, I made this dumb little video for Instagram and TikTok about the Marilyn Manson hoax and the Rammstein hoax, and it was basically just a little rap video. I took some rap music and paired it with the accusers, some different shots of the
I
accusers, and I was
watched it.
okay. So, but here's the interesting. Thank you. Here's the interesting thing is that um, when I finished it, and I always have this feeling when I do a piece of editing, when I finished it, I realized that there were some things that in the final product, there were some techniques and there were some things, aspects of it that really worked, but that I had not done intentionally. It was almost kind of accidental. Like I said, okay, we need to speed this up a little, but and then something it just kind of clicked where it really worked, or the lyrics happened to go along with what I was showing on the screen or what have you. And my point is that I thought at the time, it's interesting how so many times when people create, and not just me, but I've read stories about directors and interviews with musicians, and so many of them say that actually a lot of their most brilliant work happened as a kind of almost a mysterious accident, or there was just a kind of a something that sort of took over, a synergy or a synchronicity that kind of brought things together, you know?
Yeah, like the end of Walk on the Wild Side, the you know, it just came out with that in the moment, and it just complete. And you hear that from musicians all the time. They say they hear something, or something happens to them in a dream, and then they write it in 5 minutes, and this song, because that is creating something out of the ether, isn't it? I mean, when
Right.
you're making a piece of music that hasn't been done before, you're creating something out of the ether. And I mean, I work my arse off and get next to nothing on YouTube. So I feel for all creators, really. And if you can make it as a creator, I think you've done a brilliant thing. And when you consider, like, you get the little people being creative, like you're like a journalist, and I always feel for you when you're saying, you know, leave a tip, leave that, and people don't like it when I'm saying ask for a tip, and I'm saying no, fucking ask for some money. How much are these journalists getting paid who just lie about everything? All they're doing is they're not creating anything. They've been told what to say, and they're just putting out this lie to make money for their advertisers. And then there's genuine journalists who are saying, look, here is the truth, people. And they're having to shout it for years to people who don't really believe them. Yes, you deserve to be paid, and you're not going to get paid. It's like a busker. You're not going to get paid by some multinational company, but the people watching you, they owe you something. It's like it's put out, oh, that's just for free, but they're not taking into account the skill, uh, and the heartache. You, to do what you're doing and to do what I'm doing, it takes a deep heart and a willingness to actually, how many people are willing to do what they love for a living? How many people, you know, people moan about their jobs and this and that. How many people are willing to live the security of a paid job and work almost like a busker on YouTube with little chance of getting through. And even when you get through, I mean, I don't know why. I was doing quite good on YouTube. My views are still the same, but what they pay me has gone down by about 90% in a year. So I don't know, YouTube don't really pay very, very little. And I think if people appreciate you, they pay 20 quid for a movie. What's wrong with tipping somebody a few pounds or something who's genuinely put their heart and soul into something?
Well, I appreciate you saying all of that. How much did my mom pay you to get on here and say those things? No.
Wow, there we
I'm
go.
joking.
Now the truth comes out. Yeah, she really gave me an ear
Uh,
bashing. Yeah, you build up my daughter. Build up.
well, it's funny because my mom is she's very supportive of, she doesn't really grasp it, but she's very supportive of everything that she sees that I'm trying to do. But every time I will have some kind of what I consider to be a breakthrough, like, oh, I got this great interview, or oh, I made this great connection here, or oh, they published this article here or whatever, and then she'll say, how much money are you getting for that? And invariably I'll have to say nothing, or hardly anything, or whatever. And it's funny because, like, that's the first question, is like, okay, when is all this going to start? But I tell you, I really do. I appreciate you, and I appreciate all of the people who do have a little extra money and donate it. And I understand too, I guess, to answer your question about why don't more people pursue their passion or their dream. I think that honestly, I think that a lot of people, in order to be responsible humans, and their responsibility, I think, toward their children and their families, I think a lot of people find themselves in positions where it seems like it would be insurmountable, amidst trying to, just trying to bring home a paycheck, and trying to make sure that the kids are fed and they've done their homework. And I mean, there's just so much. The fact that I don't have children, it is in that way very freeing. But I have to be honest, when I look at other people like my mother or my good friends who have kids, and I don't know how they do it. Like, I feel like not having children and not having a conventional job anymore, I feel like I am in a tornado all the time and can't do nearly all the things that I need to. And I know you understand, as a YouTuber, like, there's all this stuff that you're trying to juggle. But then I look at people who have kids, and I think, and families, and I'm just like, whoa. So I don't know.
I don't know how they do it. I've never had. I mean, you'd say it's weird what I'm talking about. I mean, I know what I mean. I was
Well,
in
I
the
don't think it is, but I'm just saying,
yeah,
I
but look, I
appreciate your
mean,
bravery.
I used to rap when I'm 66 now, but like 45 years ago, I was in Sannyasin commune and wearing red and a mala, and people would tell us that we were part of a sex cult and laugh
Wait,
at us.
you were a sannyasin? Yes?
Yeah,
So
with Osho.
okay, I
Yeah,
was gonna ask, so were you in Oregon when all that went
I
down?
was I was in Pune in the late 70s. And then I was in an ashram in England. And then 3 times I was in Oregon. And then after that, I was working in communes in Germany. Then after that, I came out of the communes and started a Tai Chi and healing school.
Okay, that all of that is really fascinating. I wanted to ask because this is the only part of what you said that I'm super familiar with, having watched the Netflix documentary. And I would not be surprised at all if there were aspects of that documentary that were incorrect. But I'm curious, what do you agree with the narrative about Osho and about Oregon and about the sannyasins that was promoted in that documentary, the negative narrative there? Are you familiar with that?
I didn't see it, but I was there at that time. And what happened was, while we were in India, before it moved to Oregon, when we were in India, it was genuinely, now it wasn't a sex cult, but it was a free love based on releasing your sexual traumas and getting over your sexual hang-ups and having proper loving relationships that moved into the spiritual essence of Tantra, where the sexual energy is cultivated moves up and becomes love at the heart.
Which we find in a lot of Eastern
Yeah,
religions, philosophies, and Osho himself. Now he was not having sex with his students. Like, that's not something that's been alleged. What was alleged, I guess, about Oregon is that his lieutenant, this woman, Ma Sheila, that she got out of control and
yeah.
was doing
Well,
things like trying to poison the population and
but
things like that.
she did. I mean, it was a big change from, as I was saying, from in India, it's this thing, and then it went to Oregon, and Sheila took over.
Mm,
And they were quite, there was the inner circle around, because he wasn't talking, he went into silence for 3 years. He was doing kind of energy work and inner work, and Sheila took over, and there was no one to put her in place because Osho was in silence. Now, what people don't understand, people think that Osho was in charge of everything, but
mhm.
Osho just
He
said, no,
wasn't. Yeah.
I'm just a guest here doing my spiritual job. You run the commune, you run all of that side of it.
Right.
I'm just now Sheila got all of these people around. Now this is my side,
Mhm, mhm.
okay, how I see it from being there and what I was told
And let
by
me just say, I'm sorry, just for people who don't know, because this is really fascinating. I didn't realize that you had this background, and I think it would be interesting. Maybe we do a collaboration at some point in the near future, a video, and get
I would
into
love
this.
to.
Yeah, no, we will. But I just want to set up for people before you continue. And
Mm,
we've got a couple of people in the queue, and so I'm going to talk to you for a bit, and then we'll move on. But we're talking about the multi-part Netflix docu-series came out a couple of years ago called Wild Wild Country, and it's about this group of sannyasins. There's this Eastern religious group. It's been referred to as a cult. So that's a contested term. I don't like to use that term, but anyway, they moved out to Oregon. This group, and they created a huge settlement there, huge, and basically took over this town. And the town got into an antagonistic relationship with them. And this woman, who was the lieutenant, basically, of the main leader, Osho, he basically gave her, as you said, control over their strategy and the day to day operations. And so she got out of control and was doing crazy stuff. So, anyway, go ahead.
I mean, she really did do crazy stuff. I mean, because I would speak to the inner people there, and um, a lot when it was all breaking down, a lot of the top people came out and stayed in different uh, communes around. And I was in a German commune at the time, and the pilot, we'd made this airstrip there, and we had planes flying in and out. And I
Mm.
was speaking to the pilot who had been kind of evicted out by Sheila, and I said, "Why have you been evicted out?" And he said that Sheila had asked him, because we didn't take over a town, we took over a ranch in the middle of nowhere, and then about 5 miles away there was this town, and we were trying to win the votes by getting enough people in the commune.
Bringing in homeless, like, going around
Yeah,
getting busloads of
we
homeless people from
yeah,
across
we
the
bring them
country.
on, and so we can get more votes. And he'd been thrown out because Sheila had told him to, because he was the pilot, to
Mm.
fill the plane up with explosives and fly it into the town hall
She was
and blow it
crazy.
out before it hit the town hall. And of course he said no, and they threw him out and got a different pilot. So
Well, that is crazy, and there were so many stories in that Netflix documentary that I did research. It looks like they were true about the crazy megalomaniacal things that woman got up to. To
yeah,
me.
yeah. I mean, the main thing that happened with Sheila, she got all of these people, this inner circle that all kept secret together. And they, what didn't get told, I didn't watch it, but I think what didn't get told was that they stole all of the money. They stole about, I think at the time it was 54 million pounds, which was a lot of money in the 80s.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
They'd all got together and they were absconding with this money, and that's when it all broke up. And what was happening were people were disappearing from the ranch in the middle of the night, which no one can understand, and say, "Oh, so and so has disappeared, or so and so has disappeared. And it was because people were finding out what Sheila was doing, and they were scared for their lives. So
Yeah.
they would,
Yep.
because people, I'm not sure if people died, but people, she's, because they were this inner circle started taking drugs, so they were in speed and stuff,
Mm,
so they started getting like really paranoid and stuff. And
mm.
because they were stealing all of the money, they were always checking around to see who knows. And when I was there, they were doing it because they wanted to bug the houses of all of the relevant people so they could know what they were talking about and know if they were onto their plot. And everyone, I think there was about 4,000 of us living there, something like that. And we were all corralled off one week to say, oh, there's a, what is it when you get these really sore eyes? You get an infection of the eyes that's really contagious.
Pink eye?
No, there's a name. I can't remember the
That's
name.
probably not the technical name.
Yeah. Anyway, they definitely go pink, and it's an infection, and you only have to be a couple of feet away, and the other person catches it. But yeah, whatever this disease is going around, and everybody has to go over to the main area and be checked to see if you've got it and have your eyes washed out. And they did that as an excuse to get everybody out the houses so they could bug the houses of these particular people. And
Wow.
they did poison people. She did poison
Yeah.
people who she thought was onto them. And some people did die.
Mm.
Um, Now, I don't think they died of that. But I was there at this fantastic funeral, Gats. It looked like this spaceship with this great big funnel, and someone died while I was there. We'd create this huge dam that just like miles of water that fed the whole ranch. Amazing. And some idiot swam across it and sunk and drowned. And anyway, we had fun at funerals with just these really mass celebrations with dancing.
It was
And
a huge community. I mean, that's the thing that comes
oh, it
through
was
in the
so good.
documentary. Like, the Netflix documentary has so much footage that was taken by the sannyasins themselves. And this was not, and I think people would be amazed too. This was not, when we say a community, we're not talking about what David Koresh had in Texas with like this ramshackle shack, basically, or old church building or something that's falling down. We're talking about extremely, in your group, extremely intelligent, industrious people, engineers, people from all walks of life with extensive
I
educational
think
backgrounds. They
90,
built a city there, an
yeah,
airport. You had an airport.
90% had degrees.
You
Half
built
of,
an airport. It's
yeah,
crazy.
we, be- we were, we were thought of as the rich and intelligent spiritual community because there were so many multimillionaires, there were so many filmmakers and Hollywood type people,
Yep,
and there
there
were
were.
people high up in the medical profession, and they just had so much money. They just added to it all. I can't say I was rich in any way whatsoever, but it was highly intelligent people. And what Osho taught and the presence, all of this shite went on around him with people going corrupt. But that doesn't mean Osho's corrupt. That just means some of the people around him go corrupt. But just being in his presence just blows your mind. Like he would do a drive-by every day, and you'd have like a namaste, and he'd be going past trying to drive. He was useless. He'd be going all over the road and namaste and no,
Yeah,
you'd
and
be,
his big Rolls Royce, right?
yeah, you'd be able to work and do stuff in the morning, but then he just drives past and you're like, boom, whoa,
Oh,
and
man. Well,
he's
it
just
comes
gone. And then
it
you can't do anything. And I remember once, because you buy these roses and everyone's throwing in rose petals, and I could see the car coming and you could feel this energy, and you just go into this state of samadhi, this like bliss, and you're just watching this happening, thinking, this place is the most beautiful. Why doesn't other people know about it? It's just so incredible. Like that man's presence was like It's just, I've never since that time. He said he was the last guru, and since that time, I've never, I've met a lot of. I'm a healer. I work as a healer. I've developed a breathwork system and healed myself of Lyme disease, and I work through it. I do YouTube, but that feels
Okay, so I was gonna
my
say, well,
business is.
so I'm gonna have to move on. We got other people in the queue, but I wanted to make sure because people are saying they find you really fascinating. I want to make sure that we know I know whom to direct people to. So tell me, what is your YouTube channel? Is it holographic breathing?
It's holographic breathing. But I've had, ever since I started watching you, I've had a fantasy that I would like to teach you holographic breathing. So if you're interested in that, I would really like to do that at some point.
Well, I tell you what, I'll look into that. If it's as innocent as I imagine it probably is, I would be game to
You'll have to
try.
have sex with everyone.
But let me tell you something. What I definitely do want to do is have you on my show, do a separate interview, separate video, because I really want to talk about. Some people in the chat aren't getting it because they're not familiar, maybe, with it. But I really want to talk a lot about Osho and Manan
Yeah.
Sheila and Wild Wild Country because it's a fascinating. I've seen that documentary series twice. I think it's fascinating, and also I think that um, I think that we could have an interesting conversation about the sort of the difficult gray zone between black and white, because a lot of people are very turned off by any kind of alternative spirituality, and I understand, and I understand that it's very easy to go off the deep end of some of these groups and everything, and
Oh, we
it's
went right off the deep
yeah.
end. We went so deep it didn't matter anymore.
Well, that's a great motto. I like that. That's a great t-shirt motto. But anyway, but I think there's a lot we could discuss. And I think, you were saying that you feel like my videos have a spiritual quality. And
Yeah,
I,
you've
I
got
appreciate that. When
something.
I want to say I feel that too. I feel that I'm not saying I'm a great spiritual person, but I feel like there is something that at times I'm trying to get out in my work of a spiritual nature. And but I say that because it's always kind of a weird thing to think about stuff like that or to talk about it, because when you start talking about these things, then people automatically jump to the, oh, weird, loony, culty, that sort of thing, and that's not at all the case. I just think that every human being has access in some way to the spiritual, and some people just haven't, a lot of people maybe haven't found that access point or that mode of expression or transcendence, but I do think it's available to everybody. So anyway, thank you for being here. Everybody check out Holographic Breathing, his YouTube channel. Are you on Twitter or Instagram or anything?
I'm on Twitter as holographic breathing. I don't know how to do Twitter, but I post your I always share your videos to Twitter, and
Aw,
and videos that I like, I just share it to Twitter. I don't think I've got any followers, but I just share stuff,
well,
and then I look at your stuff and a few other. But really, I enjoy making videos. I've just made hundreds of free videos, how to do holographic breathing, different subjects, how to heal Lyme disease, how to heal your whole body, how to access the spiritual realms, how to access the earth. Most of it's free because I should have died about 25 years. What happened? I was on my deathbed dying of Lyme disease, and this whole new way of breathing came through, and I called it holographic breathing, and I healed myself of Lyme disease. And then that is what I've taught for the last 25 years, and it's fantastic for birth. It's a completely new mode of breath work, and it's just
I have heard
profound.
it, and I have heard of breath work before, and I know you're saying this is a type of it or different type of it, but I have heard breath work can be very, very helpful. So I'm gonna check it out. Listen, now that I know who you are, I'll shoot you a DM, shoot me a DM on Twitter, what have you. I'm gonna look
Yeah,
up. We'll
uh,
we'll collaborate soon. Seriously, we'll do a video soon. But
yeah. I'm just trying now. Hang on, because I don't know how to use Twitter, and I won't know if you've DM'd me. Um,
what is your preferred mode of communication if for us to
email.
Okay, email. Okay. Well, my email is public, so and I'm not great about always catching things or checking them or getting back to people. But if you put in your subject line, put holographic breathing, okay, right off the bat, I'll know who you are, and I will. I'll make sure that that I get back to you. So
Is
it's
that on
it's
your YouTube videos?
so
Your
it
address?
is. It is. I believe it's. But I'm giving it to you right now. Oops.
Are you? How do I?
Yeah. Here we go.
Where?
So
Where?
this is it. You see it?
Ah, okay.
Walter.Kurtz. Yeah. So I'm
Is
gonna
that
have
all
I'm gonna
right?
have
Yeah.
to run, but shoot an email to that, and I will look you up online too, and I'll find one of your videos, and I'll leave my information on a comment as well. Okay, so that
That way. If you leave a comment on one of my videos, then I will definitely, because no one comments on my stuff. So
well, hopefully you'll get some subscribers now. So
yeah,
everybody, check out holographic breathing online, and he will be a future guest of mine. We're definitely going to get together and talk about wild country and spirituality and all of that. So
the seedy side of sannyas.
and the CD side of done yes. Okay, thank you so much. Bye bye. All right. Great. So next we have got Anonymous. Oh, Anonymous is back. And by the way, if anybody else wants to get on the stream, I'm going to give you the link again. Here we go. Okay, so there's the link once again if you want to talk to me. And so Anonymous, I'm bringing you on. You are back. Okay. Oh, there's another Manson painting. That looks like kind of like the one that he did of Paula. So Anonymous, do you want to try to speak? Is this really Brian Warner? Actually, is this Brian Warner's just showing us all of his art? Y'all, wouldn't it be crazy though, seriously, if one day I'm doing this stream and then Manson just appears? I don't think that's going to happen, but it would be pretty crazy. It would be pretty crazy. Or Johnny Depp, or Evan Rachel Wood. Okay, so let me tell y'all something that's probably not appropriate for me to tell you. And Anonymous, I'm going to leave you up here if you just want to keep showing us artwork. Then you can. But if you want to actually speak at some point, Anonymous, you're welcome to. So so what was I going to say? Inappropriate. So okay, I probably shouldn't even like put this out into the ether, so to speak. But it has occurred to me that if Evan, oh wait, what is this? Oh, wait, I have to make this bigger. Anonymous is giving us clues, perhaps, to his or her identity. But how do I make it bigger? Let's see what's going on here. Okay, a skeleton. I don't know, y'all. Who do you think this is? No, I love the Manson. It's somebody who's obviously a big Manson fan. I love all the Manson artwork. No, it just occurred to me though that if Evan Rachel Wood got angry enough at me because she was already, I believe that, not to be too pompous about it, but I believe that I'm the reason why she committed that unforced error and several months ago and publicly declared that, did she declare it? Yeah, I believe so. Or she was quoted as saying that she had given up custody of her son because Marilyn Manson was after her and she was afraid. But that was horrible PR for her. It was horrible news. And it made her look terrible. And it made a lot of people perk up and say, what the hell? Like, you have to be a horrible, horrible mom for California to take away custody of your child. And I understand Evan Rachel Wood, she was trying to play it off like, no, I voluntarily relinquished custody. But we know that that's not what happened based on all of the legal background. Ooh, that's creepy, that mask. We know that that's BS based on the legal background, which was months and months and months of fighting over custody issues. Evan Rachel Wood then absconding to Tennessee with her child against the wishes of Jamie Bell, the father. Jamie Bell pleading with the court to do something. So clearly, California courts intervened and took away custody from Evan Rachel Wood. But point is, she declared this on TV. She declared this in the media, or allowed herself to be quoted about this. And it was a horrible move because it alerted a lot of people to the fact that there was this situation going on, this crazy custody situation where Evan Rachel Wood had been doing all of these terrible things in relation to her son and her baby daddy. And so my point is, I think that was because a mere week or two before Evan Rachel Wood made this declaration, this public declaration, I had gone on my show and I had said that I knew that Evan Rachel Wood had lost custody of her child, that I had several credible sources who had told me this. And at the time, I was putting that out there just because I thought that people needed to know. But apparently, what it did is it scared Evan Rachel Wood, or it made her think that I was sitting on this treasure trove, perhaps, of information that I actually wasn't. And they decided, I guess she and her team, they needed to get ahead of it. And she needed to declare this and try to spin it in a good way. But it was disaster for her to do it. And it it garnered a ton of negative headlines for her and drew people's attention to it and gave me a lot more viewers when I followed up on this with videos. So anyway, I think it was a great unforced error, and I think it was because of what I said and what others of you disseminated publicly. And so my point is, it has occurred to me that if Evan Rachel Wood got angry enough at me that and she, like, let's say that she did an Amy Fisher. You can look it up. I don't actually want to say it, right? Because it might be inappropriate of me to put this out here in words. But look up Amy Fisher and what she did when she got pissed off at the wife of her lover, Joey Buttafuoco. What Amy Fisher did, like, I have this sort of almost this kind of weird fantasy about Evan Rachel Wood doing that to me, like showing up one day at my doorstep, and and yet it being something that ends up just like grazing me, like it doesn't actually do any significant harm, but it would be so helpful in so many ways because it would immediately vindicate Manson if Evan Rachel Wood pulled an Amy Fisher. Some of you are like, "Who's Amy Fisher?" But look it up. It would immediately vindicate Manson if Evan Rachel Wood did that, because people would immediately see, oh, this is a violent, crazy, murderous psycho. And bye, Anonymous. And I do see someone else is in the queue. Hello, Stitch. Talk to you just a second. Um, but people would automatically say, okay, this woman is crazy and awful, and so Manson must be innocent. And then it would give me a lot of publicity and free PR. Like, it would be like top story Daily Mail or whatever if she did something like that or tried to do something like that. Like, it would just be so effective in so many ways. So I realize that one should be careful what one wishes for. And so obviously I'm joking. I'm not being serious. Like, you hear that? Okay. I don't actually want to get, but I'm just saying that if it happened and Rachel Wood did that and like the gun ended up not going off or whatever, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it would be interesting. All right. On that note, Stitch, do you have any comments on that? I'm
I
joking.
actually don't.
I'll bring you in on the
Bro.
most controversial, most out there part of the podcast so far. So hello to you and everybody's watching. So I guess tell us, when did you start watching my show and what are you most interested in? Is it the Manson stuff?
I think it was mostly the Manson stuff. I think cuz I was a big fan of Manson since I was like 11. Then I don't
Wow.
know. Then something happened. I ended up being like non-religious when I went to Utah. I was like 19, 18 after high
Oh,
school.
okay. So Utah with in that in
Mormons,
probably in that
yeah.
area. Yeah, I was going to say that's the more repressive religious element there, as opposed to I grew up
Mhm.
Baptist. But go ahead. So Utah.
Okay, yeah. So at that point, I guess that was the nail. What was it? The nail that broke the camel's back.
Mm. No,
What
it's
was
not,
it?
but I love that. It's a straw, but I'm going to start
The
using that. I like
straw.
nail.
Okay.
I like
Okay.
nail
Yeah.
better.
Okay. Yeah. It was that point that I was like, all right, you know what? Forget all religion. I'm just gonna be atheist for a month. I guess I converted.
For
I
a month.
converted to. Funny thing is that I converted to like Islam, but like for like a month, and then I
Okay.
stopped because I was like, okay, that one's. I just ended up being like, you know what? In the end, after a month of that, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna be just spiritual, just uh, what agnostic theist or something.
Yes, actually, I like that. That's how I describe myself. So,
Not like non-church, but like spiritual,
mhm,
but like in a
mhm.
way. I think that's what Manson also said in his interview with what was his name? It was a it was a it was an old guy, but like I guess Manson was explaining that I'm not an atheist, I'm not a nihilist. I
Mhm.
believe in spirituality. That's what Manson said. I was like, wow, like that's very powerful what he said,
Yeah,
and
he's
that's
very impressive. Sorry, I'm
yeah.
having allergies kinda going crazy here. He's
Hmm.
very impressive in interviews. I have never seen an interview
Hmm.
with him where he did not come across as a sophisticated, deeply thoughtful person and not some,
Hmm.
God hater. Like, that's not his belief
Yeah,
system, I don't
that's
think.
true. Um, yeah. So from there on, I think I went back to Manson's music after I came back from to Cali, Long Beach, and that's when okay from there on, and I guess okay whatever. I'm explaining all this crap. Um,
Go
but
ahead, no, it's interesting.
but like so learning so much from Manson came to this point where I think what was it, Rock Feed, that they announced, oh,
Mhm.
Manson's like he's hiding something, like phone calls. I'm like, I actually believed that at first, but then like when you came out, that's when I was like, wow, okay, that makes more sense. To be honest, I was actually gonna start making YouTube videos about this,
You
but
should. You should if you
it
want to.
was, yeah, but it was during the start of the pandemic. Sorry, start of the pandemic, and I don't know, I was just hesitant and stuff like that. But I'm proud that you were very you had the guts to actually do this. I was just hesitant enough. I was just like, oh fuck, I don't have that much information out there. But like, I'm very proud that you did this. So I'm very thank you, us all in the community too. So we very
Oh.
thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for that.
Hmm.
Stitch is and let me just say that again, like I told holographic breathing
Hmm.
earlier, not having kids gives me and I'm not trying and this is not a PSA
But I don't have kids either.
for
I'm good.
non-natalism or anything like that. No, no, but it's just saying like that I'm not trying to say other people should not have kids, but what I'm trying to say is I recognize that the fact that I've not had kids, it gives me so much more freedom and time.
Yeah.
And also, I'll tell you the other thing, when you don't have kids to worry about, then you don't care nearly as much about your own reputation or your own career future. In other words, I totally get when people say that they'd like to start a YouTube channel, but they're afraid of professional consequences or they're afraid of bringing negative attention to themselves or drawing crazy people into their lives. Because if I had children, then I would have a much different perspective. I would not be so cavalier
Hmm.
about perhaps ruining my career. You know, that I can't, after what I put out on the internet, I can't go back to the field that I was once in. I would not be so cavalier about like making jokes, for instance, about Evan Rachel Wood showing up at my door, what have you. And I also would not be
Hmm.
I you use the term people use the term brave, but you could also say
Taking chances.
reckless. But yeah, I would
Hmm.
not. There are many chances that I can take, and also there's knowing that I have set out on a course that it's going to take years and years to be successful and to really be a legitimate business, right? Like right now, it's true that YouTube to be a YouTuber, you really are just constantly hustling. Like he said, busking, and I think that busking is a good way of putting it. Perhaps you really are kind of like the guy on the street who's playing money for tips. But all of those things, if I didn't have kids, then I would not. I don't think I would feel the freedom to do these things. And so I only bring
Wow.
that up because I really appreciate your praise, and I appreciate the praise of the other guy, holographic breathing, and my
Hmm.
supporters. But I do recognize that it's not. I don't think so much that I'm more courageous than other people. I see courageous people all the time on here putting their names to things, but I think that the fact that other people have children and families that are involved too, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Are you but I have to say though, if you had the inclination to start a YouTube channel, you could still, do that. Is there do you still feel that inclination sometimes that you may wanna
Uh,
try that?
I think you started it. I
I
think you
started
started a wave. You started a wave. I think everything that you say is already out there already. So if I would start a YouTube channel, it would just be Colonel Kurtz 2.0. Like
Hey, you know what?
you
I
said
need that
everything.
though.
I'd rather just support you and just start something,
Well,
you know.
um, I am always on the lookout for people who are starting channels that and
Hmm.
I and because I think that with the media, the mainstream media being what it is, it's still very powerful and they still are producing lie after lie after lie and all of these guys and women
Hmm.
are getting pulled down with these hoaxes and scams, and so I think we need all the voices that we can get. So
I
maybe
see.
something will come along that you're interested in
Mm,
um,
okay.
or what have you, because you seem like you're a nice you're nice looking. You have I think I see some charisma and so forth. So I don't know, you should think about it.
So basically, build an army to go against the media that they're BS. They're all BS. Honestly,
Well,
to be honest.
and look, I don't have a problem so much with individual people in the media because they're in a machine and they're trying to bring in a paycheck, and I think a lot of
Oh
people
yeah, yeah.
are
That's
doing what they can. No, but I mean I understand the
true.
anger, and I'm just agreeing with you and saying that I do think it's by and large mainstream media they're really not disseminating truth anymore. They're
Hmm.
disseminating lies and they're hurting people. So
And
anyway, okay, so I got somebody else in the queue before I let you
one
go
thing,
though. I was gonna say, yeah.
wrong. One quick thing. There's a Denzel Washington. He once said, you can look it up on YouTube. He said that it's like a 1 minute clip on YouTube. He said that, oh, the media. You want to talk about the media? It's not about who's right. It's about who gets it first.
Mhm.
It's not about who's right anymore. It's about who gets
Mhm.
it first, who
Mhm.
brings out the information first, even though they don't care if it's fake or whatever, because they want to get views, I guess. So that's my last thing I could say from Denzel Washington. That's
Well,
a really great quote.
Denzel Washington, it is a great quote, and Denzel
Hmm.
Washington, he is not one who has ever really waded into politics. I respect that. I respect the
Yeah.
fact that because so many of these actors, when they
Hmm.
become big celebrities, then they immediately attach themselves to some kind of political issue, and
Yeah.
most of the time it's on the left, but not always, but they immediately attach themselves to a political issue, and then it's really kind of annoying, and so
Hmm.
Denzel Washington, he really has not done that. I really think he's been a voice for reason over the years, and so I appreciate that, and do you have a Twitter page or Instagram or anything that you want to promote? Do you go by Stitch online?
I go by Stitch
It's your I would find your I was
zero.
gonna find your
I
comment
put
here.
zero Lesham 041 at Twitter.
Oh, okay, so is it Stitch at
No,
say it
put
again?
LESHEM as M as a Mary, and then 041.
Okay, you can tell me if this is right, and it's Twitter, right? This is the
Yeah.
Twitter handle you're giving me? Okay,
You
hold on
think
one second.
you could show on screen?
Yeah, no, I
My
am.
bad. My bad.
Yeah, no, you're good, you're good. I just wanna make sure that people see this. Oh, wait, it went away. Here we go, okay. And if this isn't right, you can tell me. Is that is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if people want to find you, then that's your Twitter, and you may in the future, you may be putting together a YouTube video. Well, if you do, you give me a
Hmm.
shout out in it, I'll hear about it and tag me, what have you, and I'll promote it or whatever.
Okay.
All
All
right,
right.
well,
Bye.
have a good
Thank you
day.
so
Thank
much.
you. Yeah,
You
yeah,
too.
see you later. All right. So let's see. Oh, well, there was someone in the queue and then they went away. So anonymous keeps coming in and out. So to share artwork with us. So I appreciate that. We still don't know who anonymous is. Is it Brian Warner? Okay, so let's see. I'm going to take. Okay, first of all, I'm going to put a couple of links up here, and then we're going to move to the next move to the next phase. So here is the StreamYard once again. If anybody wants to get in the queue, that is the link to speak with me. And again, you don't even have to talk long. I'll probably be cutting people down to just several minutes from here on. But I was really interested in that holographic guy. Well, he wasn't holographic. Do you know what I mean? That motherfucker ain't real. No. um, I was really interested in some of the things that he said, and so not just in the pitch that he made for me for money, but no, but the observation that he was making about the spiritual nature of art and creativity, and then also the discussion about Osho. Anyhow, so there is the link for the stream if you want to join, and then also want to remind people if you would like to leave me a birthday tip, even a little bit counts. You know, it's one of those things like if everybody left $1 sort of things, right? But anyway, my PayPal link is below, and I'll be reposting it. I know AJ's been posting it, but the PayPal link is below. So just right underneath this, the description, you'll see my links to my PayPal and Patreon and all that. Okay. So there were a few people, Celtic Iron, Kinky Connoisseur, and then also another friend of mine that are planning on, I believe, appearing on this show. So I'm going to take a little break, 5-minute break, and I'm going to contact them and make sure everything's all lined up, and then I will be back. And if there are no guests, if there's nobody in the queue, then I'm going to say some things about. I've got updates about Rammstein, Marilyn Manson, Johnny Depp stuff, and also the Kiss scene around the world. Luis Rubiales. Talk about that just a bit. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. Mods, thank you. All right. Sorry, it took a bit longer than I thought, but had to put Kitty outside. Kitty was too loud. So Kitty, I have had that cat whose name used to be Tweak because she acts so off the wall, like she's tweaking on meth. And I've had her for many years, but she has always been a handful. But now, because she's deaf, she's old and she's deaf. She's 20 years old. And now, because she's deaf, she screams really. I mean, she's always screamed, but now she screams really loud because she can't hear herself and she assumes that others can't hear her. So, anyway, it's a very pleasant, melodious sound. But she's very smart and she's very sweet and she's been a good companion, excellent companion for many years, and gives me a taste, I guess, of what having a child would be like because it's like basically having a toddler that never grows up. I read somewhere that the cats and dogs have the intelligence, roughly speaking, of a toddler. And so, and my cat is extremely demanding and screams all the time and has always been demanding and screamed all the time. So I feel like it's kind of like the child experience. Except like the child that never grows up, just remains a toddler forever. It's kind of horrific. But they're so cute. They're so cute, so they get away with it. Okay, Anonymous is back. Anonymous, I hear some static. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you very muted, but I can hear you. Can you be any louder than that?
I'm trying.
There we go. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. Okay, so hello. Do you want to go by a name or is anonymous okay?
Well, I'm sure some sleuth caught my name on one of the sign pictures. I'm Sarah.
Oh, you're kind of going out there again. For a little while I could hear you better.
How was that?
Yes, that's perfect. Stay there.
Okay. I was saying I'm sure some of the sleuths caught my name in one of the signed pictures. My name is Sarah. I'm Sarah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sarah. Well, Sarah, so tell me, how long have I guess you've been a Manson fan for a while. So tell me
Oh,
how you became a Manson fan and then tell me what you thought when you first heard the allegations.
well, geez, I became a Manson fan a long time ago. One of the other things that I was trying to show in the video was this magazine that I have from like 1995 when Manson was like a nobody. But yeah, no, I've been a Manson fan for quite some time. When the allegations came out, like I knew there was they were bogus. I mean, when somebody is an abuser, it's it's not something that they do to one person. It's something that they do. It's ongoing thing. They do it to everybody, And for him to have not done it to people before her or after her just tells you that it's BS. It's calling BS on it. But actually, the reason why I really wanted to come on here is I wanted to share some stories. I think I told you one of them before. Um, the first one that I wanted to share actually has to do with Manson's dad. So before he had passed away, some people will know he used to go to a lot of his shows. And the last time that I got to see him was actually at the show at the Roxy in LA. And as we were talking, this was when Johnny and Amber were actually still married. And Hugh was actually staying at Johnny and Amber's house. And the whole time we're
Okay, so Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner's dad, Hugh, was staying with Johnny and Amber for a bit.
correct while he was in town. Yeah, because
And who told
after,
you? And who told you this? You said you were talking to Hugh about it.
yeah, yeah, he
Okay.
told me this.
Okay.
Because this was not long after Barbara had passed away. So Manson had his dad out there a lot, just to kind of comfort him and whatnot, so he wasn't alone. Um, but the whole time we're talking, he keeps like grabbing at his stomach, and I'm like, "What's wrong?" And he's like, "Oh, Amber made some food last night, and it just gave me the runs." And he's just like, "I just had diarrhea."
Oh, that's funny.
Dinner, and it
Well,
was yes, like
I
shit can't cook.
some people are saying in the chat that they can't hear you, which I know it's probably I can only hear barely because I have these headphones on. But she was saying that she used to go to a lot of these concerts and stuff, and she ran into Hugh, Manson's dad, and Hugh was and had some kind of a friendship with him. But Hugh was telling her that Hugh was saying that Hugh was staying with Manson and Amber, and that Amber had cooked something that had given him the runs. I've heard that Hugh is very funny.
Oh, he's hilarious. When the first time I met him, when he signed my Manson's autobiography, he signed it "The Real Gotta Fuck." 'Cause
The
Manson
real
has a
god of
song. Yeah, Manson has a song in the chorus where he says, "I am the gotta fuck," and he says, "No, I'm the real gotta fuck." So
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I've heard from fans and people who've known Hugh that he was a cool guy. Okay, so tell me, people can't really hear you very well, so give me one more story, and then I'm gonna have to let you go. But tell me one more thing for those of us who have headphones on.
right. Well, one other thing that I wanted to share, and I think I'd sent you this in a message at one point. So I'm really close friends with some people in Cradle of Filth. I don't know if you probably never heard of them, but they're another
I have
metal.
not.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, there was this one time when they were on tour, and this girl, they were doing a meet and greet, and this girl comes up to the table where all of them are. She puts her
Mhm.
leg up on the table. She's
Oh, no. If you come back, I'll let you on to finish that story. So she was saying that there was this band, Cradle of Filth, that I've never heard of, but that doesn't mean anything. And that this woman came up, this girl, I guess young woman, put her leg up on the table, and then she was gonna finish the story. So come back anonymous, and I'll let you finish the story. I was assuming it was gonna be something kind of exculpatory for Manson, like maybe this band, Cradle of Filth, did something they shouldn't have done. They behaved inappropriately or reacted inappropriately, but Manson didn't. And let me just say that I'm not sure how many of you, because it was a while back, but I'm not sure how many of you saw the video that I did where I interviewed a young fan who, when she was a teenager, when she was, I think she was 18, she went on the Howard Stern show. And because Howard Stern wanted this fan, this huge fan of Marilyn Manson, to actually meet Manson, because Howard Stern was going to turn it into the kind of this gag, because it was something about the gag was, or this woman had said something online about her name's Stephanie. She's really cool, but she had said something online about wanting to lose her virginity to Marilyn Manson, or that was the setup somehow. And of course, it was a joke; it wasn't for real. But the point is, she went on the Howard Stern. She was invited on the Howard Stern show, and she said that, oh, just a second. I'm calling up the video so I can show you a little of it. I'd like to actually have her on again and re-interview her again. But she said that Howard Stern was very, to use the term that a lot of people like to use now, but like basically creepy, and that he kept behaving in an inappropriate way, and making her uncomfortable and making Manson uncomfortable, and at one point even jokingly called her a slut, or said she was dressed like a slut. The point is, she claims that Manson was far from being predatory, was a perfect gentleman to her, and was trying to actually in some ways protect her from Howard Stern, who was being rude and was saying insulting things to her and suggesting insulting things. And so I'll show you just a little bit of it. Like I said, I'd like to have her on again. This wasn't the best quality, visually speaking, quality interview. It was one of my early ones, but anyhow, one second. Find this. Okay. Okay. So I just want to show you just a bit of this because I think it's interesting. And of course, it doesn't determine whether or not Manson in his private life was doing abusive things, but we know there are many, many reasons to believe that he was not, and that this whole thing is a scam. But I thought this was interesting because he did not behave in the way that you would expect, and did not behave in the way that Howard Stern was apparently behaving. Okay. This person is not a friend of Manson's. It's not she's not an ex-girlfriend or anything like that. But she does have a cool story, I think an interesting story to tell about some time that she spent with him on the Howard Stern show. And so I wanted to try to find the footage too. I thought I'd included in this. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, here we go. There's just a bit of it here at the beginning.
I was going to say, I think we found one. Nothing bad. I'm putting a hand in your lap.
You just took her hand and put it in your crotch.
I didn't put it in my crotch.
Are you touching his crotch?
Look, here's my crotch. There's her hand. There's a couple inches away from it.
So I know that was kind of hard to hear, but basically, and you can find the more extensive version, I think, online now. But basically, Howard Stern kept making all of these sexualized comments that were making her and Manson embarrassed, and Manson kept kind of sort of quietly refuting them, and at certain points was trying to steer the conversation the other way. And then even privately after the shoot was done, she said Howard Stern said some inappropriate things, but Manson was very much a gentleman. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I think like celebrating your birthday is the most
Basically doing this kind of an ambush with you, right? And he was trying to make it be awkward, right?
exactly. And they're friends and stuff like that. So it kind of I heard afterwards it put some weird tension on them. You know, I heard from the people who work there.
I'm gonna write a little bit. This is the story. This is what I probably want you to hear. Here we go. I'm just gonna play a minute of this to have his guests be kind of shaken up.
When Howard said, "Oh, we got a fan of yours again," Manson was like, "Oh no," he's like, "It's too early in the morning for this." You know, he actually didn't want it to happen. He was like kind of scared about what was going to happen. So when I came in, I was like, "Uh-oh, I don't know if I'm wanted here."
So it sounds like you're saying that like Howard Stern had, because he, especially at this point, he liked to be controversial, and sometimes he liked to put his guests, to have his guests be kind of shaken up. And so it sounds like he kind of wanted to do this sort of uncomfortable ambush thing where he because it's kind of, I mean, it was funny and it was very cute, but I know from Manson's perspective, it was probably a little awkward having this teenager there who's written him this letter, about wanting to lose her virginity to him and everything. And so it sounds like Howard Stern was basically doing this kind of an ambush with you, right? And he was trying to make it be awkward, right?
Exactly. And they're friends and stuff like that. So it kind of I heard afterwards it put some weird tension on them. I heard from the people who work there that.
Oh, really? That Manson, he did not appreciate that.
Yeah, he like even had heard he had kind of stormed out and like left quickly in his car after the whole thing, and just because he was upset about how Howard Stern acted, which you'd have to watch the interview to find out.
Yeah, what will tell? Yeah, and I'm going to try to show it. But what did happen? Why? How did that proceed?
Well, like I haven't watched it in a little while myself, but like I know that Howard was instantly kind of aggressive.
Why are women in the Tyler Longview area choosing ab
I've been on mute the whole time. Well, I hope that y'all had a nice break there, everybody. Oh man, that's like 5 minutes of me talking. Well, I appreciate you, Crystal Love. Thank you. Now everybody's joining the stream. So yeah, I guess just ignore the last 5 minutes. What I was saying is that I was contacted by a Sun reporter a couple of years ago when I published those photos of Manson and Lindsay on break and on a trip to Berlin. And this woman said to me, this reporter, this Sun reporter, told me that she had a friend who had dated Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner, and that this friend said that he was very sweet and sensitive and laid back and was not abusive at all. And the way that this reporter then explained it was, well, he must just be a complicated man. And it's the same narrative that we get with Till Lindemann and the media, who just dismiss what is said by his ex-girlfriend Sophia Tomala and some of these others women who have dated him, worked with him, and say he's a protector of women, he's a gentleman. Well, the media and Der Spiegel and some of these people, they just like to say, oh, well, there's two Till Lindemans. There's Till Lindemann, who is the protector of women, the honorable, sensitive guy, and then there's Till Lindemann, who is this predator, and he's knocking out people with KO drops and intimidating people into sex after parties and so forth. So I just really hate that narrative, and I find it really annoying, and this proliferating narrative that, oh, well, it doesn't matter that Manson wasn't abusive to Dita Von Teese, his ex-wife, whom he was with for years and years. It doesn't matter that he wasn't abusive to Rose McGowan, who has stated that he wasn't at all, and he was gentle, misunderstood spirit, and he dated her and was engaged to her and lived with her for years and years. It doesn't matter with Paula Weiss, Greta, Aurora, the women that I've interviewed on my channel, Lisa Lesueur. It doesn't matter because, oh, I guess he's just complicated. I guess he's just a complete monster with these women, and then just this sweet, sensitive chump with these other women. It just doesn't make sense. Okay. I had a bunch of people on the screen and then they went away. I don't know what happened, but Crystal, you came on for a minute. I was going to thank you for saving me from the mute button, but then you went away. So anyway, thank you, Crystal. And maybe a bunch of people were getting on to warn me, and then they couldn't hear me, and then they went away once I was warned. Vanessa, thank you. Yes, I appreciate you all. This was actually just a ruse for me to get more super chats. I'm just going to mute myself and just wait for the super chats to roll in. You know, $2 there, $1 there. Okay. Well, everybody, let's see what's going on. Yeah, they were all just there to tell me that I was muted. Yeah. Okay. So sorry about that. Next we have Kinky Connoisseur. Oh, the documentaries. Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring on Kinky Connoisseur. You're on, Kinky, but I was going to say, so, all right, here's the deal with the documentaries about Manson. I know, of course, about the Channel 4 documentary. It's a 3-part documentary. This is what I know about it. It's a 3-part documentary. It's going to air on Channel 4, but it is not by the same production team, nor is it by the same director, Emma Cooper, as the people it's not the same team or production company that did Depp versus Heard. But that, of course, does not mean that it's not going to be a hit job or it's going to be a fair documentary. Now, what I have been told by the documentary makers who contacted me, and also, and by the way, I do know who's directing it, but I don't want to say yet, and reasons I don't want to get into. But anyway, it's someone that I've looked up, and it's someone that I don't see any big problems with in terms of their past projects. But again, I don't hold out any hope that this is going to be fair to Manson. I'm sure that overall it will not be. But just as with Depp versus Heard, that documentary, it did give a lot of airtime to the critics of Amber Heard, even if I didn't like the slant and if there were issues and they didn't get permission from Popcorn Planet and so forth. Like, it did give a lot of airtime to critics of Amber Heard. And so I feel like the worst thing was already done PR wise that could have been done with Manson, which is Phoenix Rising, Evan Rachel Wood, and all of those interviews that they did, all of the bad coverage that Manson got with all of his accusers and everything. So these people are going to do this documentary without me, and there's still a ton of stuff that they have that they can put in to make Manson look however they want him to look, and not to mention all of the testimony of these accusers. And so my hope is that at least if they put me in there even briefly, or if they put me in there with a negative slant, that it'll at least show people that there is another viewpoint, and it'll give voice to another viewpoint. But it's a risk, and we'll see. But there's that documentary series. Then I have also heard that there is another documentary series, not series, but there's another documentary, a feature-length documentary. I've not been contacted about that, but a feature-length documentary on the Manson thing that is also in the works. Now, I know that the 3-part documentary that Channel 4 is doing, that I'm licensing some of my material to, I know that they are not just looking at the allegations against him. They're going to be looking at his history as an artist. And I know someone that they've already interviewed, someone who is friendly, is very sympathetic toward and friendly toward Manson. And this person said that based on the questions that they got, that it seemed like actually they were primarily interested, the filmmakers, in a retrospective of him as an artist, asking questions about his entire career trajectory and different concerts and songs and what it and fandom and all of that. So I'm not saying that it won't be that it will not heavily emphasize the allegations, and probably in a negative way, but I am getting the sense that it's not going to be a 3-part series on the allegations. Probably what they'll do is they will start off, I would imagine, with reference to the allegations and Evan Rachel Wood and all of that. And then they'll go back and say, sort of like, okay, this is the present, but in light of this, let's go back and let's look at his career and who is this man. And then probably episode 3, then they'll end up on the allegations again. And so anyway, so I know there's a 3-part series. And then I know there's also, even though I don't have any information on it, I have been told by a number of credible people that there is a feature-length documentary also. I also hear rumors of other things in the works, but honestly, y'all, to be quite frank, I would say probably for the last year or so, there have been people who have been floating in and out, filmmakers, documentary makers, journalists at times, writers, what have you, who have been sniffing around this story, for lack of a better word. And it seems like, and so I'll be contacted by people at times who will say, I'm working on this project and I'd love to get your input on what you think is going on here, your perspective, et cetera, et cetera. And then it seems like nothing materializes. And so I guess what I'm saying is I know for sure that there's this 3-part documentary project, but the rest of it, I couldn't say for sure if anything's going to materialize. But let me just say to everyone, Manson is a public figure, and he has lived an extremely, as you all know better than I do, Manson fans, he's lived an extremely controversial life, publicly speaking. And then, of course, all of this stuff has happened in the last few years, and you've got lawsuits and laws being passed, and Evan Rachel Wood crying in Congress, and a 2-part documentary on HBO and all that. So I guess what I'm saying is it is inevitable that this is going to get attention. And I've always felt that attention would be a good thing, because the worst parts of the narrative are already out there. The attacks are already out there. And so I think that sooner or later, someone is going to do a documentary, write a book, or do a podcast series, or what have you. Someone with some clout. Unlike me, I'm still small time. I don't have the followers, subscribers, the viewers that I wish I did, but someone is going to, with some clout and with a following, is going to do something on this. And I hope, and I think they're going to do it justice. So, I don't know, maybe not anytime soon, but we'll see. Okay. So Kinky Connoisseur, what do you want me to call you?
You can just call me Kinky. That's fine.
Okay, Kinky. So, I wanted to talk to you. I mean, we've talked a lot about the Manson thing. First of all, by the way, let me tell people, you have a YouTube channel. It's called The Kinky Connoisseur. And let me get the link, and that way I can put it up, and my mods can promote it. So you just started your channel, and you and I have talked about the Manson case, and we've talked about The Idol a lot. I think you share a lot of my views on The Idol and also how it was received by the media, by society. But you also on your channel, and I'm going to go to it right now so people can see it. You also are going to want to, as your name implies, you're going to be getting into a range of topics related to sexuality and sex and pop culture and kinky sex and BDSM. So really, I think I'm excited to see what I think is going to be a real range of content here. And so for people who may say, well, I'm not into BDSM or I'm not interested in hearing about kinky sex. Also, she's going to be doing, I think, a wider examination of sexuality in our culture and issues of consent and celebrities. And so I see that your latest video, Sex, Kink, and True Crime, this is about the, do you say it's Shabusiness? Is that how you say her
Yeah.
name?
Yeah, it's Taylor Shabusiness. Yeah, the murder trial that just wrapped up in July, where they convicted her of murder and that she was of mental soundness enough to have committed these murders, that she was not insane during the time she was killing him. And so I kind of go into in this video, it's not super long, so I want to do a longer, more in-depth one once the judge has fully sentenced her and how many years she's going to get. But basically, a lot of the news outlets when this first broke were saying, oh, this is some kind of kinky sex act gone wrong. And it in my opinion, it was not. This was clearly murder. She clearly had premeditation to murder him, and she ended up strangling him with this metal dog collar. And she, in her defense, when she basically confessed to everything within 24 hours after the murder had occurred. And this is on YouTube. You can go see her hour-long confession tape with the police. It is really fascinating and damning and just very chilling to hear her talk about how she murdered Shad. And Shad was, they had known each other since middle school. They were apparently very good friends and had been high school sweethearts. She ends up marrying another man. And he, I believe, is in prison, but I guess she still continued to have a relationship with Shad. She also has a baby, I think, as well. And this baby, thankfully, was with, I think, her grandparents in like Utah or some other state. So she has a very, very complicated life. Her father, who testified in court, also was imprisoned, I think, due to, I don't remember the exact like wording of his crime, but he either has been charged with child molestation or child rape.
Oh, so really
Yeah.
messed up family. Well,
Yeah.
so this is, unfortunately, there are going to continue to be crimes that are reported in the news that have questions of sexuality at their center. So you'll have a lot to talk about with relating to true crime, but also, I know you'll be continuing to cover the Manson stuff. And one of my favorite videos about the Manson situation that I've done on my YouTube channel was one that we did together, and it wasn't very long, but it was about Evan Rachel Wood and the bartender. And I think that there are a number of people, I bring it up right now because I think that there are a number of people who follow me and know, and they pay some attention to the Manson situation, but they're not aware of how Evan Rachel Wood's story has changed significantly over the years, and it has not remained a consistent story. And so you and I did a video on my channel asking, what about the bartender, Evan? And you pointed out, you reminded people that when she initially came forward with her anonymous allegations, at that point she wasn't talking about Manson, but when she initially spoke about these allegations in a magazine, I think it was a Rolling Stone article, she talked about how she was assaulted by a significant other, and then also that she had been assaulted by the owner of a bar. And you were talking about how it's interesting that the bar owner situation, that allegation, it just fell away, and that Evan Rachel Wood apparently is not concerned for the safety of all of these women who might be exposed to this bar owner assaulter.
Exactly. As I said in the video, if Evan Rachel Wood truly cared about protecting women from predators, she would have spoken about this other alleged predator that would have way more impact on other women's lives owning a bar and be able to be in contact with so many more people. So that to me was also just a huge red flag. Like this has to be made up. Another one of her many lies.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's true. And many lies and many inconsistencies. And then also you and I, we talked a lot about the BDSM oriented allegations against Manson. And you talked about how a number of them just did not ring true based on your experience in BDSM and so forth. But I wanted to, before we get more into some of these topics, a couple of things. I was talking earlier about this idea that some people have, that Manson could be this awful monster abuser, but then on the other hand, that Rose McGowan and Dita Von Teese and Manson's wife Lindsay and the women that I've interviewed on my channel, they all say, and even the good friend of this Sun reporter that I was talking about, they all say that he was this gentle, sweet, sensitive, misunderstood person. And I understand that people can be complex, people can be complicated, but I think that it defies credibility to think that this man could be this different and seemingly for no reason. Like there's no common denominator between the women who have accused him and the women who haven't. It's not like the women who've accused him are all, say, powerless young women, and then the other women that said he didn't abuse them, like they were powerful older women. Like there's no
Right.
correlation. It's just really it doesn't make sense. And so anyway, I think that a channel, we need to have more channels, YouTube channels, like mine, like yours, exploring these kinds of inconsistencies and these hoaxes. And I just feel like there's so many of them now. And somebody said in the comments about Tony, I think it was you. I can't find it now, but Tone was saying, I think you, Colonel Kurtz, I think you should have more subscribers. I wish you had more followers. You deserve more subscribers. And what people need to understand about YouTube is that I don't know if it's a matter of shadow banning and it's a matter of some kind of repressiveness or restrictiveness that's going on, or if it's just the nature of the YouTube algorithm. But it is very hard to build a large audience, particularly from the ground up, unless you have a celebrity name. It is very hard to build an audience because the YouTube algorithm, it goes so slowly in exposing your work to new people, particularly I think if there's a political aspect to it, like there is with me too. Like I notice people doing pranks on the internet, or people who are documenting their life with 8 children or whatever, like these kinds of sort of more kind of like happy, kind of everyday topics. These seem to get a lot more followers and a lot more viewers. And so you might have a video about a woman with, a bunch of cute kids, a mom video, and it's gotten millions of views, or an ASMR video and it's gotten millions of views.
Right.
And yet even videos on Johnny Depp, Amber Heard stuff, I mean, you look at even like Tug's videos, for instance. He was getting a lot of viewers during the trial, but really, it seems like the views for these types of topics are really suppressed. So I don't know. I'm not trying to be conspiratorial or anything, but I want people to understand that it really is slow going with YouTube. And I only say that because I'll have people sometimes say to me, it's baffling to me, like, I agree with you and I think your work is great. It's baffling to me that you only have 80 something thousand subscribers and not 800,000 or 8 million or whatever. And I want to say to them, well, it's baffling to me too, but that seems to be the experience of a lot of people on YouTube that I think are doing really great work. And so anyway, I say that because I really want to encourage people to go to your channel and to subscribe, because it is so difficult, particularly at the beginning. The algorithm, the YouTube algorithm, it is so resistant at the beginning when someone's getting started to exposing their work, even if it's amazing. So I'm going to put the link up here for your channel again and just encourage people to go and visit you. So I want to ask you, do you have any thoughts on the Luis Rubiales situation, the Kissgate, as it's being called, the unwanted kiss? Because I feel like you're the perfect person to ask about this, because you are not a as I understand it, you're not a right winger, and you're someone who I think is very interested in issues of consent, but also you're not one of these people who will say, "Well, women should just suck it up and deal with it," or "Come on, it's just the feminazis again, getting crazy and out of hand." That's not you. So I feel like you really are a voice of reason and kind of a moderate voice, but you have thought a lot about consent, issues of consent, particularly with the
Yes.
sex practices that you're into. So have you seen The Kiss, and what are your feelings about it, thoughts about it?
I have watched The Kiss quite a few times. I I have some mixed feelings on it because I agree with you in that I think he was very much in the moment. I don't think he was really thinking through what he was doing. I think he
Mhm,
was just very excited and was like, "Oh my god, we won." And he was kind of gushing over her. At the
mhm.
same time, I don't think that excuses his behavior as an adult man to just, I'm just going to go up and kiss this woman without her saying, yes, you can kiss me. I do think I do think he's overstepped his bounds for sure. Is it as big of a deal that people are making it out? Like you were saying, they're comparing it to SA allegations. No, it's not the same thing as sexual assault for sure. And it shouldn't be compared to sexual assaults. But he's still crossing boundaries. It still could be labeled as sexual harassment in some degree.
Well, and I know that people, like, for instance, Chimera Studio says, ask me. I live in Spain, and let me give you a list. And so basically, yeah, so Chimera Studio, I've heard this from other people who are familiar with issues in Spanish football, that Rubiales is accused of corrupt practices. There are allegations of using football federation money for private orgies or parties that he would throw, and so on and so forth. But here's what I don't understand. And Camara, if you want to address in the comments, or if you want to come on the show or whatever, but if they haven't gotten him on these things, like, okay, you're saying that he's been accused of this, but he's still there. I don't like the idea that they're using the kiss then to achieve these their political ends, or to, if, okay, if he's corrupt and he should get out of there, then kick him out based on that corruption, not based on this kiss. But I understand that there's more going on than just the kiss, and that there are other reasons why this guy is disliked. But I also understand, and I've seen this with some of these other cases in the media, that once the ball gets rolling in terms of negative coverage, then this pile-on effect takes place, and the media just begin indiscriminately reporting things. Like, for instance, is there real solid evidence that he has used Federation money for orgies, or is this something that was not substantiated, but that now is getting lots of play in the media? They're running with it. So again, I don't know, and I'm sure people who followed this, like you, Camara, are more familiar with it and do know. But what do you think? What do you think, Kinky Connoisseur, should be the penalty for this man? Do you think that there should be some kind of punishment beyond social criticism? I know he's been suspended. Like, how would you judge this, adjudicate this?
Um, I think his suspension right now, I think is probably good enough. Should he be completely fired and never be able to come back? No, I think that's an overreach if it's just based on the kiss and not based on this misuse of funds and orgies and whatnot. That if they're able to prove at some point that he's done this, um, no, I think his penalty is fine for what he has now. I think eventually he'll be able to come back and kind of get back into the public's good graces from this. I think it might take a little bit of time, but I think he'll be able to come back. I don't think it's this complete faux pas that everyone is trying to make it out to be. I do think, like, if someone did that to me, I would definitely be very upset. So so I definitely understand where people are coming from. Like, he shouldn't just be kissing people, and I agree. I don't think he should just be kissing people, but I don't think, like you had mentioned, I don't think it was like this plotted thing where, oh yes, I'm going to be kissing all these women today that are on the soccer team. You know what I mean? Like, no, I think it was just in the moment. He was so excited and he did it, and he didn't think through his actions.
Well, let me ask you something else. So, Oh, by the way, I just noticed some PayPal donations. Sorry, want to acknowledge you. And again, if anybody wants to donate, the link is below the video in the description. And like I tell people, I appreciate all the super chats and everything, and they're very fun. But YouTube does take more of your money, unfortunately, a lot more of your money than PayPal does. So links are below. If you want to write a message and along with your donation, I'll read it. So we've got Justina. So Justina says, happy birthday, Kristen. Oops. Come on. Happy birthday, Kristen. As always, thank you for everything that you do. Maybe one day I will muster up the courage to, oh, it cut you off. Where's the rest? It's weird. It's cutting off some of the messaging here, but muster up the courage, maybe to do your own YouTube channel. Is that what you're going to say? You know, Justina, I told you a long time ago, because you were one of my earliest fans and supporters. You were there. I think you were watching when my videos would only get 100 views. You've been there for a long time, and so I had told you anytime you want to talk, let me know. Anyway, so I appreciate, though. You've been around a long time. AJ, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Helder, thank you, Helder. I don't see a message here, but thank you for the donation. Raisin Girl, I like that name. You said, love your balance and fairness. Never stop growing and being you. I love your work. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing. Well, thank you so much. And again, what I try to remind people is that I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to tackle it one day at a time. And it's a lot easier when you don't have to worry about embarrassing children or ruining their lives or what have you. So I understand that most people are not in the position that I'm in. Maria, says, happy birthday, Kristen. Have a good one. Thank you, Maria. And then I got a donation, a big one from Villafana. So I know you don't care if I say your last name. Is it Hermes or Hermes? Tell me next time we talk, or you can tell me in the chat. But this guy has been with me from the beginning as well, and very, very supportive. So I'm going to put your name up there, and because I know you don't care, and tell you thank you for that. Okay. Here's what I want to ask you, Kinky Connoisseur. I have always hated being kissed on the cheek or being kissed at all in a non-romantic context. So if it's a kiss from a boyfriend or from my significant other, then wonderful. But any other kiss, I hate. And yet, as you know, kissing on the cheek, or even kissing, I guess kissing on the lips is clearly out. But I mean, I've seen a lot of people, and it's always been acceptable, it seems like, doing these kisses that are semi on the cheek, but not really, and semi on the mouth, but not really, like right here. Or even sometimes, I mean, I've seen people actually going for the mouth, and it wasn't a big deal. So I find it really gross. It, for whatever reason, maybe my own problems, but it makes my skin crawl, even from like women, like even hopefully she won't see this, but like even my sort of mother-in-law, and I don't say anything to her because like she's so wonderful, and I understand the intent, and everything that I preach on my channel about sometimes in life you just got to deal with things. You can't make a big issue out of everything and all of that. But like pretty much every time my sort of mother-in-law sees me, she will grasp me in a really big hug, and she will give not just a little peck on the cheek, but like a real smush on the cheek, like, and there is definitely some saliva that I'm detecting there, which really just takes the grossness like over the top for me, right?
Yeah, I agree. I don't really like, even in a romantic in a romantic setting with a partner that I'm really attracted to, I'm not a big kisser in general. So I totally understand that. Yeah, I would definitely, with relatives also, yeah, that just feel very affectionate. That's actually an interesting segue that I want to get into, because like you had talked about like the Kanye and his new wife in Italy, and I wanted to kind of touch on that also.
Okay,
I'm
so 1 second.
Yes.
1 second, we'll
Okay.
do that. So that sounds great because I'd love to talk about
Yeah.
her, and they're always hilarious. But let me ask you though about consent, because
Yeah.
JFK12 says, "What's the difference between hugging and kissing someone? If you don't know them, why is the hug okay, but kissing the lips not okay?" So here's my question: whether we're talking about hugging, which hugging can be very intimate. I mean, oftentimes
Yeah.
I have to tell y'all, And oftentimes when I hug a man, not a woman because I'm just not, so much oriented that way, but oftentimes when I hug a man, I don't think about it in terms of like getting turned on or whatever, but like I'm very conscious of the fact, and am I the only one who's conscious of this, that like when I'm hugging, like there are things that are touching other things. And yet
Yeah.
it is an asexualized context because that is how society chooses to view it. But you don't think that there are a lot of men who, when they're engaged in innocent hugging, that they're not feeling, I'm not saying that they're doing something wrong, but they're not feeling something or getting something different out of it.
Yeah.
And so I guess that like I guess here's my question is like there's there's a sexual aspect to hugging. There's a sexual aspect to kissing on the cheek, or if not, at least there's a potentially gross,
Yeah.
invasive aspect of it, unwanted touching. So why is that okay in society? Why is that not viewed as the same kind of violation? Why is it something that those of us who don't like it just have to put up with?
I agree. Yeah, I don't think we should be putting up with any kind of physical contact that we don't want. I think the reason why hugging, and I agree with you, hugging can be definitely sexualized. There's definitely can be energy between two people when they're hugging, and you're like, there's the sexual tension there, or some kind of physical tension, right? Because you're touching that other person's body, and
Mhm.
feeling their energy. But I think the difference of why a hug is more socially acceptable than a kiss is that with a kiss, there is bodily fluid potentially going to be mixed with someone else's bodily fluid. Like there is more
Mhm.
contact in a more intimate way than just a hug. So I think that
Mhm.
to me, that's one of the main reasons why
So it's a
it
difference
does
of
work me
degree
out.
kind of
I think
in a
so.
way.
Yeah. But
And
even
I go ahead.
oh, sorry. I was gonna say, even in the kink community, like a lot of people, when we're at like kink events and whatnot, they will ask you like, "Hey, can I hug you?" or "Hey, like, can I shake your
Mm.
hand?" or just physical touch is asked a lot because you're in a space where your consent is taken so seriously because people are doing a lot more extreme acts that even more rudimentary acts like hugging or shaking hands, they generally will ask permission because they don't know if someone wants physical touch. And so they
Uh-huh,
want to have
uh-huh.
that conversation open to be like, it's okay to say no if you don't want any physical touch, as opposed to assuming I can hug you or I can shake your hand or touch you in whatever way that in normal society you might think, oh, it's okay
Well, it's
to do.
interesting that you mentioned that because the only exposure I've had to the kink community, honestly, has been through you because I've never been a part of that community and I have never had any friends or anyone who was really in it. I mean, I know people who are into kinky sex, but as a part of
Mhm.
like a structured community. And it's interesting to me having been educated about this through you, how it seems like the kink community is actually much more focused on consent and the
Yeah.
significance of obtaining consent because the stuff that you all are doing, it is so edgy and there is and violent and potentially physical harm, pain, these types of things. And so you have
Mhm.
to be that much more careful because you're already doing something that is so edgy and
Yes.
potentially problematic, right?
Yes, and for example, even also, like, you could see someone you could be going to a party and someone has already done a very intense scene, and now they're, like, recuperating from that scene, and they've gone into aftercare, and you don't know exactly what they did. You just, you're coming in and you're seeing them, and to ask them permission, "Can I hug you?" might be a big deal to them because they might have just gone through something very
They've
physically
just been through the
intense.
ringer.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, and they're like, "No, I don't want any physical contact. I wanna just relax and be left alone." So that's another reason why there is so much, there is such a, high intensity of asking permission before assuming anything, which I
Yep,
like. I
that
know
makes
it
sense.
I know in some of yeah, I know in some of your other videos you talk about how, like, we don't necessarily have to go blow by blow when it comes to consent, like when it comes to everything. And I agree. But in certain context like kink, it is helpful when you can
Mhm,
go in and ask
mhm.
verbatim, like, is this okay to touch you here or touch you here or touch you here
Right.
when it is something very intense potentially.
That
Not
makes
just
sense.
not just physically, but psychologically.
No, that
Yeah.
makes sense, and and I think that my generation, I know you're a bit younger than I am, but I think that my generation was very comfortable with and accepting of the fact that sex is, by its very nature, it's filled with ambiguities and
Mhm.
ambivalences, particularly if something is a new encounter. But and so and also that there are people who get erotic enjoyment out of the idea of kind of a wordless passion. It's like, finally, here's
Mhm.
one place, one area of my life where I don't have to spell everything out, or where somebody can
Right.
be physically aggressive or whatever. But the problem is that it can be hard to disentangle that from actual assault or aggression or what have you. And so if you're doing
Mhm.
stuff, if you're engaging in sex like with the BDSM community that's already has the appearance or the feel of violence, then of course you would want to be very, very careful that what you're doing is consensual. And it's interesting, the video that I did on William Control. I don't know if you got a
Mhm.
chance to see that, but
I
William.
did.
Okay, great. But William Control, and I'm just going to put his picture up there for people to see. So um, William Control was a musician who was really into polyamory. Well, and he admits that he was cheating on his wife. He hadn't
Mhm.
really worked out the thing about honest polyamory yet, and he's very
Right.
above board on that he did not treat her well in that way. He was cheating on her. Um, but oh, just a second, sorry. But he was really into BDSM, and what happened was there were a number of women that he had this BDSM relationship with. They would engage in really rough,
Mhm.
aggressive, simulated rape, and and a number of them then later accused him of assault because they said that he did not use safe words. And safe words, and most people know what that
Mhm.
is, but it's a word that is supposed to signify stop. I've had too much, because people don't want to use the word no, because no is kind of a part of the simulated rape
Right.
sex act, right? Like the woman is like,
Yeah.
no, 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 but that's how she's getting off on that, right? That the
Right.
struggle, and so you use a safe word, like it could be like bird, and then if somebody, or maybe something not so weird, like, I don't know, scarf or pleasure or something, I don't know, somebody says something,
Mhm.
and then the dominant person in that exchange understands, oh, this is the signal, I need to back off, I need to stop or get consent or whatever. Well, anyway, apparently William Control, and he's admitted this, he did not use safe words, and these women, so that was a thorny issue. And what he said is, in hindsight, he said, I did not assault anybody, I did not rape anybody, these were fully consensual acts. And he even produced text messages from these women
Mhm.
showing the level of enthusiasm that they had for these things. And women saying, I just can't wait until you rape the hell out of me and beat me up, and what, like, extreme stuff, right?
Mhm.
And he
Yeah.
said, "But,
Yes.
I thought that I was getting consent in all those ways, but I recognized it was probably not the best practice to not be using safe words." And so I thought that was
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, a lot of times in the community, safe word wise, we'll use what's called the red light system, or like the stoplight system.
Mm,
So a lot of people will use yellow if they want people to slow down and check in and be like, "Hey, this rope is too tight," or "I don't
mm,
like being in this position," or "This is uncomfortable," or "I want to slow down," or whatever it may be. And then red would mean you want to stop the scene completely and just go straight to aftercare. So a lot of people do use those.
and aftercare is a really interesting term that I had not heard, and again, until speaking
Mhm.
with you. And aftercare does not mean that someone, I mean, I guess it could, but it doesn't generally mean that someone was physically so damaged that they have to be physically tended to or, like, taken to the hospital. What it generally
Right.
means, as I
Oh, no.
understand it, tell me if this is right. Well, how would you explain it? You tell us, what is aftercare?
Yeah, aftercare can look in many different ways for many different people. Basically, it's a way to wind down from the scene and feel safe and secure in what you had done with that person. And so that could mean you're going into a nice quiet room, you're cuddling with them, you're having food and water, because usually you can get dehydrated pretty quickly in a scene, depending on how intense it is. And it's not even just for the bottom or the person who was receiving potentially impact play or other intense physical psychological sensations. It can also be for the top, for the person
Ah,
who is doing this to the other person, because they can also have what's called, so there's things called what's called sub drop, which is for like the submissive or bottom, where they are feeling
Sub-drop?
sub drop. Yes. So
Okay.
that would be they didn't get everything that they needed out of the aftercare, or maybe aftercare didn't happen. And so then they're having a literal physical and also potentially psychological drop, like a
Oh, wow.
depression
Okay.
from what they
Okay.
did because of all the endorphins that they were released in the scene, and it got them really, really physically high because of the intensity. And then suddenly they're having a drop because they didn't get that aftercare they needed, whether that was psychological, physical, or even just like getting enough food in them afterwards. And so then they felt sick. And that can be applied as well to tops or dominance, not necessarily as often as sub drop, but there is top drop where someone might feel guilty for what they did to another person, even if it was 100% consensual. They're like,
Ah.
oh, they're psychologically or physically feeling ill because they're thinking about what they did, and they might feel guilty, or they have some hangups, or they didn't feel like they communicated enough with that person.
That's fascinating, and I love these names: sub drop, top drop, and
Yes.
the names and the attention that they indicate that this community and this sort of philosophy has the attention that it pays to all dimensions of the experience, and the idea that someone could be in the dominant aggressive role, the top, and yet acknowledging that that also for them could be at times a problematic experience. So I just think I think that it's interesting the degree to which the BDSM community really grapples with and finds ways of dealing with the ambiguities and ambivalences of sexuality, whereas most people, I think, just want to shove it out of the way, and they just want to say,
Yeah.
well, that's just weird, that's just kinky, or sex shouldn't be violent if it's good sex. And then you have people in
Mhm.
your community saying, no, actually, sex is a very complicated thing. It has all kinds of ambiguities and ambivalences, and it has and for many people it has an aggressive or even erotically violent
Mhm.
dimensions. And there's a way to to experience these things and to explore them without it being exploitation or without it being
Right.
abuse. So I think it's really
Yeah, and people are playing off their fantasies of things that they've maybe wanted to do for a very long time that they didn't feel like they could do in a safe space or with a particular partner. And so they're finally able to explore that with someone in a safe way is very liberating, and can be a huge release for them. And so that release comes with great highs, but it can also come with great lows if they're not able to build themselves up
mm,
after they've experienced that physically and psychologically. And in
that
fact,
is
and
fascinating. Go ahead.
yeah, and even like one of my newer partners, because I am polyamorous, and so I can talk a little bit about polyamory as well. That can definitely be complicated. Um, but one of my main partners right now, he is brand new to kink. He doesn't really identify as a kinkster, but we still have a really great bond and great sex life. But he was very surprised about how direct I was with everything when talking to him about what I wanted in our sex life or just in general. He's like, "You're so direct." And I was like, "That's very normal in the BDSM community. Directness
Mhm.
is very um
Interesting.
yeah, because you want to know what the other person wants and what they don't want to engage in. And so that I think has translated a lot into just my everyday way of communicating with people, particularly partners. And I think that has helped me being more direct and not assuming things. I think
Mm,
assumption can lead to confusion and then people having
mm,
animosity to each other if they're not understanding. And so I think it helps with clear communication, but I think a lot of people kind of get hung up on it because they're not used to that.
mm. That's very, very true. Now, speaking of environments where direct communication about sex is a must, we're going to bring in Celtic Iron. So, everybody's favorite porn star, what is up? How's your afternoon
Hey.
going?
Good evening. How's it going? Yeah, I thought that was very interesting conversation with regards to the responsibility of people in a dominant position. Because yeah, that's definitely something I would have struggled with in the past. Is like I didn't necessarily want to do that to that individual on a scene, but that's what
Mhm.
is called for. And yeah, I mean, like the whole consent thing. It's like, oh yeah, so that's what they were into. That's what they were wanting. That's not necessarily what I was into. What I was wanting, but
Mhm.
because I'm a professional, I just get on with it and do as I'm told.
Well, so I'm curious. First of all, everybody, I think most of you know my friend Celtic Iron, but if you don't, I'm going to put a link to his YouTube channel. He has several YouTube channels, but right now the one that he is emphasizing is his new fitness channel. But also, you've got some interesting, funny videos from the porn industry, and you just did a video with I'm blanking on her name. What was the lovely lady that you were in the dressing room with in one of your recent videos?
Dressing room. Oh, that was Sasha Pearl. Sasha Pearl.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sasha Pearl. That was awesome video. She was really funny. She has good comic timing. So anyway,
Yeah, she's
but
very flexible as well. Yeah, we showed off our warm up before we did an hour-long live stream. Yes. And yeah, happy birthday, by the way, as well.
oh yes, thank you. I just turned
Yes, happy
25.
birthday.
No, you don't look a day over 23. God bless you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's like I said, free dermatology appointments, so it helps. But anyway, so what have you tell us what you've been up to lately? Any interesting stories, Celtic Iron, from the porn world? Or you have any thoughts on the anything lately with Amber Heard, Marilyn Manson, anything that you're interested in?
Well, lately I've been concentrating on my new YouTube channel, Hammer of the Gods. I am formulating content to put onto the original channel, Chronicles of Celtic Iron, and I've been shooting more. I've been a lot more discreet in my of the scenes that I say yes to in the porn industry. So I'm just focusing on upping my Pornhub status because I need to get those numbers up. And then, yeah, just health and fitness. And then I did see the Johnny Depp, his daughter's show, The Idol. That's doing very well, which is great to see with the weekend. I haven't seen much stuff about the broke broadback beast that is Amanda Turd recently. I mean, they went on the year anniversary of the trial. I mean, I thought that was pretty interesting to see all the TikToks. I did watch the Netflix documentary, and the Netflix documentary, I mean, as hard as they tried to curry favor with her, with the liberal,
The pro Amber perspective, the pro Amber people.
it wasn't even a pro. She was riding the coattails of a movement that was already going on. So it was more like I didn't even see that they were a bit pro her. They were just pro liberalism and pro feminism and pro kind of like bullshit idea of feminism to infantize women. They were putting that up, and it's just all the documentary seemed to do was further hammer home how ridiculous the whole thing was. They did lie a lot in it as well, and they did like slant the perspective. But at the end of the day, anybody with a bit of intelligence, it doesn't do nothing. TikTok, of course, just what gold every day. While when that documentary came out, it was nothing but gold. Marilyn Manson, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens to the Evan Rachel Wood stuff and the Elma Gore. That is atrocious, the stuff that's gone on there. And so somebody should be held to account for that. And yeah, his career should be coming back. The Ramstein hoaxers, they got figured out. So, I mean, where are the news people? Why aren't these news people correcting themselves and saying, hey, you know what? We had that wrong. And sorry about that. No, they're not. They just get on with the news next cycle. Because it's all a distraction from, the military industrial complex of America and the war in Ukraine. But that's okay.
I like how you just throw in. Lisa and I, or Kinky and I, were talking about this earlier, just a little bit, because I said, come on the show, and I said, oh, you'll have some overlap with Celtic, and she said, oh, that's always fun, and she said something about the political non sequiturs that'll come out of nowhere.
Oh yeah.
No, all in good fun. But I wanted to ask you, okay, Celtic, a couple of things. I wanted to ask your opinion about the World Cup kiss. Did you see it? Do you have an opinion on it?
What's the World Cup kiss?
Oh, okay. Well, you haven't seen it. So let me ask you this. So there's been this huge uproar over the fact that at the Women's World Cup, after the Women's World Cup, I guess like 2 weeks ago, that the Spanish Federation, Spanish Soccer Federation president, he was really overjoyed about the women, his team winning the World Cup, and so he kissed one of them on the lips, and he's now been suspended. And there are all kinds of people all over the world calling for his head, and so
From what the people in Spain have to say about it?
Well, I mean, okay, the man on the street, so to speak, or the woman on the street, apparently there's been some informal polling that was done. I saw an article actually by Sky News, and the author was bemoaning the fact that when you actually talk to people on the street, that the people on the street were mostly against this, that they felt like it had been blown way out of proportion. They were against the narrative that this guy had sexually assaulted this woman, and they thought that he had been treated badly and that the backlash was excessive. So the people, it seems like your average common people don't think that it's a big deal, but the media and the feminists, as you said, the radical modern day feminists that we know are really interested.
Kanye West would say, the J media.
The what?
The J media.
Oh, well, no, we're just stay a hell away from that. but yes, Kanye does not like the media, that's for sure. Let me ask you. I'm going to show this to you, and you tell me what you think about this, because I have it on my my Instagram, and so we can get your fresh assessment of this, Celtic, about what's going on. 1 second. All right, so okay, so you look at this and you tell me what you think. This was video.
Oh, right on. That was a girl?
Right on. Watch it one more time. Here we go.
Título de campeona de este planeta después de haber vencido a Inglaterra.
Oh, yeah, nice.
So, well,
de este maravilloso deporte, dedicándole ese título de campeona de este planeta después de haber vencido a Inglaterra.
Her arms were underneath him. They were clearly, look at that embrace. At any point, if she didn't like what was going on there, she would have put, like, that's a well-trained athlete. She was embracing him. Her arms were cupped under his latimus muscles on his back. Look. Oh, no, that's a very comfortable embrace. No, of course, this is ridiculous. Isn't it a sad state of affairs that this is all the news have to talk about these days? Like, have they got any idea about the diamond mines in Yemen? Or, like, just ridiculous. No, they're too busy selling the advertisement for Tiffany's & Co. with Beyonce and Jay-Z as the spokespeople. That's what they're more concerned with.
Oh, I haven't heard anything about the. I mean, well, I know about the diamond trade in Africa, but I hadn't heard this latest about Jay-Z and stuff. Well, so here's the thing. I'm going to say one thing, and I'm going to move on from this. But I look at the guy's face after he has kissed her, because I do think intent matters. And again, I'm not saying that intent matters enough so that he should be able to do whatever he wants or whatever. But to me, this was definitely not a sexual thing, because you can look at the expression on his face afterward, and he's clearly just excited. Look at that. I mean, that is not like, oh, I just got off. I just got my rocks off. I just copped a feel or copped a kiss.
Well, the whole world is watching, and we just won the World Cup. I'm going to take this opportunity just to fucking assault this person. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that was probably the team captain, correct? The first one up on the podium, or what was the?
I don't know about that. I don't think she's a team captain, but what was going on there, I think one reason for his enthusiasm, he's talked about this in an interview, is that she apparently had screwed up something earlier in the game, and he was telling her, don't worry about that, you still did an amazing job. And so he was actually trying to, I'm not saying the kiss was necessary, but he was actually trying to reassure her that, like, even though you messed this up, it was you did amazing, I'm so proud of you. And he claims that he asked her, could I get a kiss, or could I kiss you, and that she said okay. Now she claims that she didn't, so it's a he said she
that's
said.
A good point. Is what's she saying? She's saying that she feels violated.
Well, so here's the thing, and this is one of my issues with her, and then and Kinky, I'm gonna see what you think, but here's the thing: is that there's footage of this woman her name's Jenny. There's footage of her on the bus right after this kiss has occurred, and she's talking about, and everybody's like, on the women on the bus, everybody's laughing and saying, "Oh, kiss a kiss," and she's laughing about it, and she's saying, oh, she said he was emotional. And she was showing off pictures of it and everything. Like, she seemed, I know looks can be deceiving and women can pretend they're okay when they're not, but she seemed like she had, like, there's totally no trauma, no issue there. But what happened is that several days after this whole thing started, I think that she saw that she could become a big Me Too hero, because at that point, then men on the soccer team were wearing shirts saying we're with Jenny, and she's being, well, I don't know, maybe I don't know about the money, but I know that she was getting lots of beaming positive news reports as like the new, icon of feminism, and it's going to change Spain, and it's going to change soccer. So I don't know. I don't like to be too cynical, but when you see someone go from like being happy and cheerful, and she was even teasing her boss on the bus. When he gets on the bus, she started chanting with the other women, beso, beso, beso. Like, how does it go from you're having a great time and you understand that it was just a slip up and the guy was emotional and you're teasing about it, to then several days later saying that you were the victim of sexual violence? I don't know. Kinky connoisseur. Am I just being too cynical?
No, I mean, I agree with you. I think she probably saw an opportunity to be like, huh, I can get some more like notoriety from this. So I do think she was playing it to her advantage.
Yeah,
what?
that's the modern day we're living in. It's all about the narrative, So she saw an opportunity to control a narrative to her, gain. Just like Amber Heard, just like Meghan Markle isn't very good at it. But yeah, doesn't sound very good. I like this kind of reminds me of the woman, the fat people that say Lizzo made them eat bananas out of strippers' vaginas in Amsterdam. Reminds me of that. It's like everyone has their narrative. Everyone was there that night.
Right.
Everyone had a couple of tales.
Right.
But yeah.
Poor
guy. So he's been suspended from the team.
He has been suspended, and this is something you may not know as well, Celtic. So his mother, the mother of Luis Rubiales, the Kissgate guy, his mother, when all of this really started to get on a roll, and he was getting horrible coverage, and he was suspended, his mother sequestered herself in a local church. This is in Spain. His mother locked herself basically in a church and went on a hunger strike. Now, it only lasted 3 days. The lady couldn't hold out. She couldn't hold out very long.
She came out with the priest with an arm around her with a blanket, like, fuck you people, making my boy sense.
So she had to go to the hospital. So apparently her body, she said that, okay, so she had said that she was not going to stop. She was not going to eat. She was not going to leave the church until her body gave out. And so I guess 3 days is the number of days that
a woman of her age. Those people should be fucking ashamed of themselves. Like, it's ridiculous. That girl, that football girl, she should be coming out and apologizing, but she can't. Nobody connected to her. The publicists, the PR.
Oh no, it's on.
Apologize. Yeah, nightmare.
Here's the mother of this guy. I mean, and look, she only lasted 3 days, but look, I tried to go 1 day without eating. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's a picture. So y'all, I grew up Southern Baptist, and we talked about that before. And there's a concept in the Bible of fasting, and not fasting for health, although I know fasting for health, it's fashionable now. But there's a concept in the Bible about fasting. And so I tried, when you want to get God's attention, you're supposed to fast. And so I can't believe I'm admitting this. It sounds so ridiculous. But when I was in college, I was in love with this guy, not love of my life, as it turns out, but my first big love. And he dumped me, and he broke my heart. And I found out that he had left me for this French woman. I don't know whether the French thing made it worse. I guess because I was just imagining some exotic woman, right? But
of course, yeah. You were picturing Monica Bellucci, just giving him all sorts of.
I know, seriously. So anyway, so I was so heartbroken, and I was not religious because I'd left home and college and lost my faith or whatever. But I even though I wasn't religious, I still had this spiritual belief, and so I thought I really want God to help me, and so I went on a fast to try to get God to give me my boyfriend back. And so here's the thing, though. I was so committed to it or whatever in my mind, but I could only last 1 day. And by the end of the day, my stomach, oh, I guess not. I guess that's what it was. But by the end of the day, my stomach, it was so in knots, and I couldn't concentrate on anything. I couldn't do anything because 1 day of fasting had gotten me that discombobulated. So I can't imagine some of these people, like Bobby Sands, in Ireland, who ended up dying of a hunger strike. Real respect to people who can actually carry that out. No, I'm serious.
And that shows commitment. Yeah, that's like my mother's hero. all the people from Northern Ireland of that generation, they all look up to him so much. It's like, oh, he stuck to it, boy, you know. Yeah,
Well,
dead.
no matter what your political perspective is on the troubles in Northern Ireland and everything, everybody should check out the movie Hunger with Michael Fassbender.
Michael Fassbender, a national treasure. God bless him.
It is a great movie. So well, no matter what you think about the political stuff in Ireland, because he plays Bobby Sands, this guy who went on a hunger strike and died of a hunger strike protesting the situation between Northern Ireland and England. But there is this one scene, and we don't have time to play it now. I might do a video on it sometime. But there's this 20-minute scene where he sits there across from a priest and they argue about whether or not it is morally justifiable to commit suicide for a higher cause, so to go on a hunger strike and to commit suicide. It's a really amazing scene. And apparently Michael Fassbender and the guy who plays this priest, they moved in together temporarily into an apartment together for several weeks so that they could practice this dialogue over and over and over so that they would become very natural to them. And so they would, throughout the day, like they might be making coffee or dinner or doing this or that, and they're just repeating this monologue or this dialogue over and over. But anyway, okay, I want to show you one thing, guys, and well, guy and lady, but I saw this the other day. So Celtic Iron, you're from Ireland, living in LA for a while. God bless you.
Francis, trying to make it as a YouTube health and fitness influencer, but I only have 380 subscribers.
Yes, so everybody, yes, go to his yes, it's Hammer of the Gods. I'll put the link back up since you've reminded us.
Hammer of the Gods, Celtic Iron. All right, come on now. Let me get 20 more subscribers by the weekend. Come on.
Well, this is something that I was trying to tell people earlier, that okay, it is very, very hard to do YouTube. And I don't mean hard like woe is me and it's harder than working at McDonald's or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, it is because the algorithm, it is so stingy and it is so resistant to giving to exposing people's work, especially at the beginning when you start a channel. And so it is very hard to amass a following, particularly at the beginning. So people should check you out, both of you, and I'll put yours up again, Kinky, in a minute. But here's the link to Celtic Iron's channel, Hammer of the Gods. But I wanted to tell people, you have amazing fitness videos, and they are in every way 100% professional quality. So people should check it out. And I have no doubt that eventually you're going to get a following because you have really great videos. Now, I wanted to show you this. I saw this the other day on TikTok, and the title, and I found it on YouTube. The title of it is male chauvinism. So I want to show you this. You're from Ireland.
That's what my mother always used to call me. I know that sounds.
They interviewed a bunch of Irish guys. Here's the title of it: Male Chauvinism. It's from 1990. Okay, so it was some time ago. They interviewed a bunch of Irish guys, and I'm in no way saying that this is representative of attitudes of everybody in Ireland or whatever. And it's from 1990, but I want to play it. I want to play it for you and see what your reaction is, because I definitely do not endorse these perspectives. I thought it was funny. It made me think of you though, because you had told me before that I think that your mom is a big feminist and that she's always ragging on you. So anyway,
really the main people in the women's lib movement are just mainly big fat ugly feminists who can't attract men. That's their problem.
Man, like for millions of years, he's been the boss. It was okay before I got married. Well, it's fairly reasonable, but I've been training drama mastery since. Yeah, I got up to get my own breakfast this morning. That was a big change,
So your wife had that effect on you then, did she?
Yeah, my mother used to get it from me before.
I can talk about my mother actually, who through women's rights and all this has become a total pain in the backside about it.
They're only fit for kitchens and making beds and babies and everything. It's all women have to. Do you think you're a chauvinist? He's a problem.
Why? Some women like the boys to be boys and not to mess around the place and just get down to the business. They don't like to be, they don't like the whole idea of the new man who's nice and soft and gentle and talks all night and does nothing, sort of cries himself to sleep. They don't particularly like that.
Cries himself. It's not out from work. It's not out telling people what to do. It's not out going for president.
Do you think women should be at home?
I do
And
indeed.
men go out and do the work.
Exactly.
In the kitchen.
It's the way of the world. It's been the way of the world for years. Why should it change now all of a sudden?
Are you a chauvinist?
I am indeed. Fair enough if they want to work. That's work. I mean, they come along there and they sort of go, oh yes, we have to take maternity leave now, and they shoot off for 3 or 4 months, and then they start taking career breaks. And
They shoot off.
Most definitely.
You are too alive and kicking.
But we do appreciate women. Every home should have one.
Oh my god, that's that's kind of, I think, a stereotype when people think of male chauvinism. That's what comes up. But let me ask you: do you feel like Ireland is there a big Me Too movement in Ireland too? Like, what do you hear these days?
Ireland was the first country to legalize homosexual marriage. You know?
Was it? I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's very
So
liberal.
it's very progressive. It's very progressive.
Very progressive. You know, all the like, yeah, you know, the pole dancing competitions are held there, and sometimes when homosexual men are allowed to get married, and so are women allowed to get other married. And then abortion, that was a big thing, you know.
So abortion, traditionally, and you know this better than I do, but being a majority Catholic country, Ireland had a horrible reputation for abortion rights, and I know there was that's changed, right?
That was the Protestants, all right. Like you just said, it's Catholic dominated, all right. Now, of course, we take care of all God's children, all right. But the Protestants, they used to have a very backwards way of aborting the babies. They just used to throw the women down the stairs, you know.
I did not know.
No, that's all their stuff. We Catholics have always been at peace with the women. We worship women as the deity and goddesses that they are.
I see. Well, I'll have to update my my theology there, my understanding of things now. But I remember though that there was this case several years ago, and you might remember this too, Kinky Connoisseur, where there was a woman from another country. She was not Irish, and she was traveling in Ireland, and she developed a complication with her pregnancy, and she needed to have an abortion for her health. Like, this was not a situation where we're talking about convenience or I can't afford it or whatever. Like, she was going to die, and because at that point the laws were so strict, they actually let her die. And she was pleading with them. She was saying, can't you transport me to another country and then they can perform it there? And they wouldn't do it. And do you remember that case, Lisa, Kinky?
I think I might have been a bit young. I don't remember that specifically, but yeah, I have heard that had happened. And so here in the US, I feel like that's happened too.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Texas right now, so obviously a lot of controversy. Okay, so I want to ask you too. I didn't want us to get into controversial political stuff, so I want to ask you though.
Never.
Back to sex. So back to sex, and back to, you brought up Celtic, you brought up the Rammstein stuff and how that's been exposed now for the scam that it is. And I wanted to ask you both. So you both have seen what's gone on with Rammstein, and this past week, the German prosecutors officially closed the case. And so that case has been closed, but we are still waiting. My God, it has been now years. It has been years. We're still waiting for the DA in the Marilyn Manson case to close it. I'm curious. We'll start with
they can't close it. If they close it, that'll expose Evan Rachel Wood and Ilmar Gore and the corruption that was done in their benefit. What I'm interested about is from the Rammstein thing is, are they going to now sue her on a personal, like as a band, or is that guy as an individual? They fucking should, you know?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. What's right is right. You can't go talk like, and that girl, man, them girls, they were nuts. You know? There was this fella in the gym the other day. He came up to me and he introduced himself as the owner of the gym. And he goes, you can't wear that shit in here. And I was like, what you mean shit? And he was like, oh, your vest, you got to put a sweater on. And I was like, this is my merchandise line. What are you talking about, shit?
Wait, what were you wearing? What did he have a problem with?
You take a look at my videos. You see the vests that I wear. They're somewhat revealing, but they're legal. People in
revealing of what? Your chest?
No, of my muscles. Like, they're still.
Why is that a problem though when you're at a gym? I don't understand.
I know. I've been there so many times.
I'm going to find your video here.
I've always had my camera, and I've always been wearing the same stuff. And just this one time, I come in with an Asian person who identifies as a woman to hold the camera for me, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, you can't film here, and you got to put a sweater on." But I was thinking to myself, "It's like this guy just left himself open to a liability.
I found it. Oh, I'm sorry. I found your thing. I want to show people. Maybe they thought. I think it's cute and sexy. I don't know. I don't know what their issue is here, but I'll show you. Kinky, you can tell me what you think about this here. But this was such a well-made video too that you did. I want to acknowledge that. Okay, here we go.
Well, this is the sweater that they made me put on, and then there's
oh, look at your top.
Yeah.
It is so cute.
Yeah, that's what I was wearing, you know. So I was on my way to the gym, and then they told me to put on the sweater, which was a pain in the ass.
Sorry, someone texting me. I love that, and I don't understand the problem at all. First of all, it's a shirt, and it's your muscles. It's not like you've got breasts. It's not like you're a woman. So I don't.
Yeah, it looks cute.
Women, thank you very much, kid. The women wear sports bras, you know what I mean? And then there's also guys that dress up like girls that go to every gym, and you know they want to wear women's tank tops. Literally, I could walk in there with a string bikini, a woman's string bikini, you know, the tiniest, and there's nothing anybody can say to you legally. Otherwise, you're opening yourself up for a liability case. You know, like that was 101, whether because I'm a sex worker or because I'm an immigrant, whatever reason, I have evidence, I have footage of, I've been there loads of times, always with a camera and always in my t-shirt like that. I could sue that place, bankrupt them within 6 months and then buy the place. It's like, these people were out of their mind. And then when I went in yesterday to talk to the guy, and the guy was on camera and like we had to have it all recorded. It's like, the guy, I feel so sorry for him, how stupid he is. He came over, introduced himself as the owner of the gym, and then starts telling me to put on a top, you know? And he said, oh, we can't have wearing that shit in here. We have kids coming through here. I can guarantee you we haven't got it's ridiculous. It's
a gym, but it's a gym, right?
He's a bullshitter, and the world is full of bullshitters. And I was just more focused on my workout at the time, but I didn't want to get into it. I was just like, all right, tell me to put on a sweater.
He's jealous. He's jealous of those muscles, maybe, that hotness.
I had this girl with me, you know, who was, this person that identifies as a girl, excuse me, she, her. And, you know, she was like, that was really fucking weird. Like, because every time I've been in there wearing the same t-shirts, always having a camera with me. I've never had a problem with me. And all of a sudden I bring this individual in with me and they have a huge problem. That's the world we're living in now. That's not the America I moved away from Ireland to be in. I came to America for freedom, for civil rights. You know, and to be able to express myself.
To be able to wear that sexy top too.
Exactly, without being harassed by men or women. You know, equality down the line.
Well, I can't imagine that with the things that for instance, Bianca Sensori is getting away with wearing in a conservative place like Italy, like why anyone should have a problem with you. So I wanted to talk about.
Isn't it wild? You told me that a few months ago. You were like, oh, you can't wear the same thing that women can wear because women can.
Well, I was talking about your crotch there. That wasn't talking about your chest.
You told me it was too aggressive. If I got a pair of white Lululemon, you know, short shorts. I'm not talking 7-inch shorts like bicycle shorts. I'm talking 4-inch short shorts. All right, like I have some of my booty kicking out of the back of them. You know.
Well,
so too aggressive.
Well, I think what I was talking about is sometimes, and I invite people to check out your OnlyFans or your Instagram to see this. They want to, but sometimes, and your Pornhub, yes, your Pornhub. Sometimes you'll post pictures of you in like something that shows, or at least appears to show, a semi-erect penis. And so, what I was trying to say is that. For just a workout video, I don't mean for sex videos, but like for workout videos, what I was trying to say is that there's something kind of aggressive about a semi-erect or erect penis, kind of, you know, like there, right? That for women, because I think what you were saying was, why is it that women can wear something really tight like this, but I can't? And what I was trying to say is because women don't have a big throbbing erect penis there. So.
No, I love where your head's at, okay? And I'm flattered. That's just
throbbing.
That's what's going on.
Throbbing. It's throbbing.
It's just,
man.
Looking for action, you know?
Yes, exactly. That's what's conveyed, I think.
That's just him relaxed. That's him.
It's him relaxed.
That's him just chilling out.
Oh man.
Or to be really good and like start referring to it as a her. You know,
oh my gosh, you have a trans penis. It's a trans penis. Yes,
trans penis. Yeah, just like a camera person. Yeah, here we go.
All right, so listen. Here's what we're gonna do. I wanted us to watch a bit of of Kinky Connoisseur's video on the idol. I think you'll find it interesting too. Celtic can talk about it a bit. And then my mom is going to visit us too, I think. So I need to take a break. I'm going to go away for 5 minutes. Celtic, if you and Kinky want to keep talking, you can, or you can tap out too. But everybody, I'll be back in 5 minutes, and if y'all want to tap out, you can as well. But I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, we can talk. Yeah.
Okay. What's the story with your what's this thing called here? Your circular thing?
Oh, my avatar. Yeah.
That's it.
Avatar, I guess that's what they call them. Yeah. So my channel's called Kinky Connoisseur, and so that's just the little logo that I created in the little avatar for now, since I want to stay anonymous. But
oh yeah, but is that your hair, or do you do anything like that, or what's it? Do you look anything? Like
my hair is similar to it. I wanted to have a picture that was similar to me. So
decent. And then what state are you in?
I'm in like the Southwest US, so not too far from where you are.
Oh, okay. No, I meant like what state are you like influenced? Are you on acid? Are you taking magic mushrooms? Like what state right now are you mentally in? Yeah?
I'm pretty sober right now. I wanted to be sober for this.
You haven't got your Hitachi out or anything. Like you're not distracted.
No Hitachis right now. No,
Okay,
I'm
cool.
more of a lei wand. I like the lei wands better than the Hitachis.
Oh, right on. I do not know what those are. I only learned how to say Hitachi about 3 months ago. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, lei wand. It's like a Hitachi. It's just a different brand of wand vibrator.
One of them is so powerful you have to plug in. They don't make batteries for it. I know that's all right. But yeah, I've seen them for years. Yeah, no, I have. It's a Saturday here, as you can see from my sweater. I just got out of the shower and I shaved before jumping on camera here, but I'm still sweating profusely. This is my Hugo Boss, handmade in Italy, hand stolen in Ireland shirt.
Nice.
Look at that! Oh, holy shit! I just realized how much sweat's going on. Look at that, boys and girls. Yeah.
I was gonna say, it's pretty warm in LA right now, right? Are you guys, or how was the hurricane? Hurricane Hillary, right?
Yeah, I see a lot of people in at the Burning Man. They're all, it's getting rained out, so they're getting flooded.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But no, it's gray here today. It was very sunny the last couple of days, and for 3 of the last 5 days, I was in San Diego, in a place called Encinitas, where Emma Ratajkowski grew up. So I was shooting there for 3 days. Yeah, it was very nice. And then I went to a part of, I think it's still in San Diego, called Del Mar, where there was just the richest looking white people. I like. It was like Santa Barbara or something. It was like, there's no homeless people here. It was such a safe place. There weren't even police. There were no helicopters and there were no sirens. It was very impressive. Right.
Did you go to Balboa Park? That's a fun place in San Diego I've been to. They have a bunch of museums.
No, I did not go to Balboa Park. Okay. No, it was the most things that I got to see was, because I was gone for 3 days, I had three meals every day. So every time I was in 9 different restaurants, between breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Every day I had steak and eggs in a different place. I had lunch of turkey burger with egg and bacon, and then I had a Cobb salad every night, and like obviously supplements between that, but 5 to 6 meals every day. But I got a wide array of foods, and the one thing that I figured out in San Diego, no one gives a fuck. No one's in any kind of a rush. Like all the food, me and people that were sitting with me were always like, "Why is this taking so long? This shouldn't be taking so long."
Right.
In LA, man, everything's out within 10 minutes. You order, boom, it's going to be here in 10 minutes because we're making money. We're making moves. We got places to be and people to see.
Right.
But in San Diego, they have no fire. We went to a store to get suntan lotion from this company called Sunbum. They have 2.
Yeah.
One in Florida, one in this place, Encinitas. And the girl, we got there and the sign said, "Oh, gone for a burrito, back in 30 minutes." We were there for an hour and 15 minutes and them girls didn't come back.
Oh my God.
So yeah, that was wild. That was a wild time.
Yeah. Every time I've been to San Diego, it's very chill there. It's a nice place to go on vacation.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed very cool. Another thing that I noticed, because I went to a beach twice, was that there was a lot of single mothers on the beach playing with young children, which I thought was
Yeah.
interesting. You know, what a life. Just fuck off from all your responsibilities. Be like, I'm going to have a kid, and then I'm just going to play on the beach with that for 5 years until it goes to kindergarten. Then I'm going to become an alcoholic. Might be a little abusive towards you, but I'll be real nice to the kid. Maybe, and then I'll start being abusive to the kid once they get to be a teenager. You know, it's just like, wow, man, what a great path these chicks. What a lotto ticket. What a lotto ticket, you know?
Oh my God. They do have nice beaches there.
They do have nice beaches, but I just couldn't get over like every single beach. I stopped counting at like 7. I was just like, okay, once I've counted 7 mothers on their own, alone with children under the age of 5, I stopped counting. But Lord knows I still kept seeing more and more. But what a life. You throw the bag over your back, you take the child and you just head on down the beach. You know, one mother was smoking a joint and the kid was playing in the water. I'm like,
oh my God.
She's confident. Because clearly, like the comfort that the parent that they had with the children demonstrating let it play in the water. I was like, they do this every single day. This seems awesome.
Right. Yeah. They're beach moms. They want to be on the beach every day.
People on the face of the earth, okay, as a goddamn beach mom. I mean, if Dwayne Johnson or Justin Timberlake or Ryan Gosling were like, you're the only man for me, I want to have babies with you, I want you to be my husband. Okay, I know you're not gay, but I want you to be gay with me. I'd be totally like, wait, you want to go off the film sets and leave me at the beach to take care of the child? Oh, no bother, bro. I got you back. There'll be dinner waiting for you when you get home too. You know, no attitude or sass from me. Yeah.
Oh my God. Speaking of Ryan Gosling, have you seen the Barbie movie?
Seen it twice.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I know. I might see it again for 3 times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a great film. I loved it. The Ken. I'm just Ken.
Yeah.
What a rager of a film. And then he's so beautiful and he's a great dancer. He was on the Disney Channel with Justin Timberlake, so he's an amazing dancer. And he has no problem making fun of himself. He was brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant film.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought
stupid.
The what was stupid?
It was like it dragged. It was 15 minutes too long. Maybe 10. 10,
yeah,
15
a little too long.
Little bit, the bit at the end dragged. They went like for this whole 30 minutes point that they were making, and then at the end of it, they ended it with a slapstick shitty joke about her being at her gynecologist.
I know.
Like, that was you went real hard. It was like the Democratic Party in this country, or any of the politicians. Doesn't matter if you're red or blue, even though every other democracy has more than 2 options. But here in America, we only have 2. And I just thought it was hilarious the way they went so hard in one direction, and then just at the last second, like, you know what? None of that means shit. So it's tough. Like the credibility of the actors and the writers and the directors of it is like, oh shit, you made some good points there, but now the credibility of any of those points that you just made is completely shot with your laziness.
Well, yeah. I mean, I thought the ending was cute, but yeah, it was a little too long towards the end. I agree.
The way Ryan Gosling was like, the best, most powerful thing was, but it's Barbie and Ken. There is no Ken without Barbie.
Yeah. Yeah. I felt kind of sad for him because all he wanted was like, he wanted a companionship. And she was just like, no, I'm going to have a sleepover with my friends. You can go away now, Ken. Kind of in the beginning.
Yeah. Well, that was a little rough, but that was like boys when they're teenagers or something. I don't know, but it was.
I think you froze. Oh, okay.
Am I awake now? Am I not frozen? Okay. Cool.
Yes. Yeah. You unfroze.
Mega.
Yeah. I like his Ken Enough shirt. I thought that was cute, and his like faux fur jacket. That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he stole the show. Really, I thought he was my favorite character. Definitely in the film.
That's the only reason the film got made, was because Ryan Gosling agreed to do it. Margot Robbie had been shopping that script for the last 10 years, trying to get that film made, and it was on the studios only signed off on it. Yeah, Martell only signed off on it because Ryan Gosling agreed to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, Martell produced it as well. And one thing I thought was funny is that the current CEO of Martell, I actually know her father, and yeah, it's a female CEO currently of Martell. So yeah, that's how I know that the film only got made because of Ryan Gosling, because no other man, no studio would back it with any other actor. Because what are you going to do? Get Ryan Reynolds? No, you can't. I'm not taking my shirt off. I'm just unbuttoning it because it's so fucking hot in here. This thing is literally drenched with sweat.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's wild.
It is a nice shirt, though.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice shirt. It's Hugo Boss. You know, they dressed the Nazis. Goddamn Italians. But yeah, no, I did enjoy the Barbie film. It was very entertaining. I haven't seen the Oppenheimer film yet because it, you know, it's 3 hours long, and you know, life is too short to listen to Cillian Murphy for that long. And that's so like Cillian Murphy you get to listen to. It's Matt Damon. Knowing the Matt Damon is in that film is not an attraction for me.
Yeah. Matt Damon is he can be a little overrated, I think.
I mean,
I think he's a good actor, but
yeah. I watched the Bourne Supremacy films, like that franchise. I watched that there during the pandemic. And I was like, all those films are crap. Just like I remember how brilliant they were and profound. They like the Bourne was the first one, the second one, the third one, how amazing and big they were when they came out. And then when I looked at them again, I was just like, that was so disappointing. This is ridiculous. They were crap films, you know?
They don't hold up.
No, not at all. The storyline is especially. It's just like, oh, none of this will happen. You know, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But,
He's like a second-rate James Bond, basically.
He's not even a second-rate James Bond. You can't put Bourne Supremacy in the conversation with James Bond. James Bond was going on since the early 60s. You know, it's had an over 70-year career. Bourne Legacy popped out 3 films where, you know, James Bond's popped out 30.
Yeah, that's true.
Tis. This is the long 5 minutes I've gone for.
I know. Where are you, Colonel?
Yeah. And what are you up to tonight? Are you getting out there in the world? You going disco dancing? You selling ecstasy? What's up?
I think I'm gonna hang out with some friends. Yeah, that'll be fun. Just have a chill evening.
Chill orgy. Yeah. Chill satanic orgy. I know. Just sacrifice a couple of virgins, you know? No big deal. You don't discriminate, you know, boys and girls, they're all up for sacrifice, you know?
What about you? Do you have any shoots coming up that you're excited for? Or are you always excited to shoot generally?
No,
are you always
I'm never excited to shoot. I'm terrified of women. Are you kidding me? And the most powerful ones I get to interact with are the ones I work with. You know, they're the scariest. They're the ones that choose me. They're also the ones that choose me are the ones that all can say to not choose me. So yeah, I feel like my head's constantly on the chopping block. But that's me just being Irish, you know. Good old to be beaten into submission. I'm sweating profusely still. And I don't know if it's this topic of conversation. However, Kristen does seem to have reappeared, but she's muted. You're muted still, honey.
I brought my baby. This is my baby.
Okay.
This is my baby. So this cat, who's not very into what's going on right now, but this one, unlike the other, this one is very quiet, barely even has a meow. And but it is a big one, so I call it. I'm very unimaginative, so I called it White Kitty initially because it was just a stray that was hanging around the house, and so I never changed the name. So the name is technically it's White Kitty, but I like to call it Tank because it's so fat. Okay, I'm gonna let you down. It is such a fatso, but this one I lost for a month, and I was really, really sad. What happened was we moved, and when we moved, it likes to be outside because it was an outdoor cat. And so if you keep it inside, it is miserable. It will just pace and pace and pace for hours and just obviously miserable. So I thought, well, I'll keep it outside, but we have this terrace. And so not terrace, but it's basically like this little like balcony thing. And I was like, we'll keep it on this. And of course, like the first night, I thought there was no way it could get down, but I was being an idiot because obviously there was. So it got away and stayed away for over a month. And I was really sad, but it came back. Long story short.
I'm so glad that it came back. God bless you.
Where did all that? What happened? Did you have an accident while I was away? What's going on with your shirt?
No, he's just sweating.
Eating my back. Look at that.
Is that sweat? Is it really hot in your room?
Yeah. Well, I have the fan on and I have all the windows open. I don't know.
Okay.
It's really humid. That's what my arm looks like, just in case you're
Well,
wondering.
yeah, no one can argue with the physique. No one can argue with that. Okay, so what I thought we would do, my mom is going to join us in a minute, and but she'll say hi to you, and then I'll escort you both out the door, so to speak. But I wanted to look at a little bit of your video, of Kinky Connoisseur's video, and since we looked at a bit of yours, Celtic, I want to look at just a bit of this. This will give all of you an idea of what is on her channel. And of course, you cover a range of topics, but I thought this was interesting. Of course, I'm interested in this topic, so we're gonna look at this for like a minute or two, and I'm gonna take us off the screen and bring this on. Let's see. Okay, and then.
Oh wow! Look at that black lady.
I can't even spell it, of course. Here, what were you about to say?
I was looking at this.
What? Maybe not.
No.
You know what? It's like when we do these shows, it's. I wish I could figure out the term for it. The sense of danger at any moment, because like you're so funny and you're so brilliant, and I think that. I think one day, like some producer or someone is going to figure out how to marshal that talent. I'm talking to you, Celtic, marshal that talent in the best way. And so, but it's funny because like every now and then you'll say something and I'll be like, oh my God, what's about to come out of his mouth? But then you always just kind of slide through it. Right.
It's like a good guitar solo, baby. It's got to have push and pull. Got to have dynamics.
Yeah.
No. Impending doom. You're living on the edge. Yeah.
I want to show people, the other thing I want to show people, because a lot of people haven't seen it, is your segment in that Irish documentary. I think that is still some of the most brilliant comedy, intentional or unintentional. I don't know. I think it was intentional, but brilliant comedy I've seen. So we'll watch that in a minute. But Kinky Connoisseur, which of these did you want us to watch a bit of? Was it the...
Yeah, we could watch part of the Idol. I don't know why it's not popping up there. You might have to go into my channel.
I was like,
I don't know if it's had enough.
You had another... Oh, I see.
Yeah,
it's not on your channel.
Yeah.
Here we go.
It's the fucking fantastic one.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I wanted people to see this because I thought it was really well produced. I mean, you had in your ideas, which obviously, we've talked about this. I share on a lot of this, but anyway, okay, here we go. We'll get for a couple of minutes to talk about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Whoa. I'm sorry. That's so loud, everybody. I'll have to figure out someday how to modulate the sound better. Okay. I'm going to make this full screen and we'll watch this. Turn it down.
HBO's Saucy. Hey, welcome to the Kinky Connoisseur, where we talk about love, lust, consent, and everything BDSM, kink, and sex. Today, we're going to be talking about HBO's saucy new series, The Idol, starring Lily Rose Depp and The Weeknd. And this series is not the shit show you've been told. It is actually fantastic. And I would say it's quite sexually liberating to watch and not degrading, as some people might want you to believe. And we're going to break down why this show is fantastic and deserves a slot in my sex and cinema series, and that it deserves a seat at the table when it comes to being compared to other shows and films discussing BDSM and kink and just overall sexual prowess and female just domination and empowerment through their sexuality. First, going to break it down over character analysis. And of course, we have to start off.
Okay, I'm taking that off because people were telling me that YouTube was freaking out or something. I don't want to get YouTube might. I already got in trouble the other day for showing too many Braveheart scenes.
Yeah.
In my, I did a special video for my patrons, and so I guess I can take this moment to advertise for my Patreon. I do not produce nearly enough content for Patreon, nearly as much as I should, and it's something that I am going to try to rectify this month. But I do have content on there that is patron only exclusive. So One of the things that I did the other night is I did a little philosophy video. I did a live stream for my patrons, but I did a little philosophy video, like the last hour of that, where I talked about Braveheart and I talked about pragmatism versus idealism. And well, Lisa, you saw, King, you saw some of it.
Yeah, I did.
And so anyway, but I showed too many scenes, and so
Yeah.
YouTube pulled it, and I got a copyright, it wasn't a strike, but it was a warning. So they're probably gonna freak out again.
Yeah.
We'll see. But anyway, I think people got enough of a sense of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a long video. I talk a lot, so
Oh, I see. Well, they were just freaking out because Celtic went away. Isn't that funny? I thought y'all were freaking out, some of y'all, because you couldn't see Lisa's video or YouTube was messing around, but they just got upset that shirtless Celtic went away. That's so funny.
Put a shirt on. You know?
That is hilarious. If you want to see more of that, though, I would direct all of you to his link tree. I'll put it up here, your link tree too, because your link tree has your OnlyFans and it has your, well, all your other stuff. What else do you do? OnlyFans, YouTube.
I have the economy class OnlyFans, and I have the business class OnlyFans. But Pornhub, I've been uploading a lot more stuff.
Oh, Pornhub, that was it. Yeah.
And I've got over 1.5 million views, and I've gone up in my ranking by 1,000. So I want to break the top 1,000, and so that's the goal. Anyway,
good for you. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna put the link up for your link tree then.
I mean, like while I was in San Diego, I was wearing all this Brazzers and Vixen like merchandise, and people kept saying, "Oh, hey, I really like your stuff." But when somebody tells me that, "Oh, I like your Brazzers t-shirt," or "I like your Vixen hat," I'm like, "Oh, I know what you look at." So I just tell them, "Oh, next time when you're online later, look me up." Everybody watches porn. Everybody logs on to Pornhub. Not everybody has an account, but hey, if you happen to have an account, or even if you're going online, we all know what you're doing. I put on a good show. You know?
Oh my god. Okay, I'm putting it in here. I said, here's Celtic Iron's link tree with his OnlyFans, Pornhub, YouTube links, and of course your Venmo and whatever else you use for tips and donations, etc. Okay, all right, I'm putting it there.
Anybody that's looking to get in shape, get healthy, you know, it's all about nutrition. It's all about short, intense spurts of activity. Or if anybody that needs help getting their muscles hard, any of your muscles hard, you want to be. It's all about strength and endurance, you know. So I just like keeping about blood flow and promoting happiness and health. That's what we're out here, you know.
Great. Sounds great. So I did want to say, Kinky Connoisseur, that I really liked your idol analysis, and I like the way you put a lot. It takes a lot of time to edit stuff like that and put like a lot of videos and still shots, screenshots, and images, and so that makes it a lot more interesting. I like the analysis there. Not just, I mean, you and I believe a lot of the same things about what happened there and the idol and everything, but it was really interesting artistically to see some of the images that you used interspersed in there. And so anyway, I think
Lily Rose looked very fuckable. Thank you.
You're what?
I said Lily Rose definitely fuckable. Thank you.
She did, yeah.
Oh man. That's what I was trying to get at. You're right. That's it. You put it better than I did.
You got us all very aroused. Well done.
Oh my gosh. AJ, I saw AJ on here. You said AJ says Colonel Kurtz, what the fuck? And I was trying to figure out what is he referring to, but there have been so many things that have been said or happened in the last like 5 minutes in this that I couldn't zero in on one particularly offensive moment. You'll have to tell me, AJ, what was that? What the fuck in response to? Barry on says happy birthday. Thank you for the super chat, super sticker. So, okay, tell me, you two, we should do things for your birthdays. Celtic, when is your birthday? Remind me.
Remember the 6th of November.
6th? Is that what you're trying to say? I couldn't hear.
Yes, behind my Irish accent, yes, the 6th of November is when my birthday is. So I'm a Scorpio. It's in 2 months' time.
Okay. All right. I will remember it then.
You know, it's Beyonce's birthday on Monday.
I didn't know that. Hey, were you talking about something new earlier when you mentioned Beyonce and it kind of slipped? I think it was something political, but it kind of slipped past me. And you said something about Beyonce. What were you talking about?
Oh, yeah. No, that her and Jay-Z are the spokespeople for Tiffany & Co. Diamonds. I just think that's hilarious. That
Is
Tiffany
that
and
new? Or is that something that's being
going
newly
on
reported?
last Christmas. It's just something that's been going on. Is that they're on the Tiffany's billboards as the spokespeople for this new brand.
Oh, okay.
This collection of jewelry, and I just think it's hilarious. It's like Tiffany are the biggest diamond, blood diamond purchasers in the world, and it's like a counteraction for their reputation. They're like, oh no, but never mind that. Never mind how many slaves we own in Africa. We got Jay-Z and Beyonce on the billboard in Times Square, baby. Don't worry about it.
Oh, wow. I had not. Hey, had you heard anything about this, Kinky Connoisseur?
I haven't. No.
Okay.
I haven't.
Well, I've seen Blood Diamond. Unfortunately, I hate to sound like an idiot, but it was a great movie, but that is the extent of my knowledge about it. So I don't know.
Slavery is still alive and well in the world today, and for good reason. And it's mostly to do with precious metals like the cobalt in all of our phones, and then the diamonds that all the married ladies like to wear.
I did not know. I did not know. I am getting an occasional kind of feedback. Are you two hearing this? Are either of you hearing this when I speak? Or is it cool? Tell me in the chat. I guess the chat would be what I'm more concerned about, my viewers. So let me know. Is it bothering you? I can get off and come back. Otherwise, I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm going to try to get my mom to come over here in a minute because she wanted to say something for my birthday, and then also she wanted to say hi. I don't think that she's not here at this moment. I think she's putting on some makeup or looking for something. But she's met Celtic, or not in person, but she's talked to Celtic before. I was trying to remember what we were doing, Celtic. I think that
when we prayed together.
Yeah, I don't think that happened. I think though that it was when you and I were recording. We were going to analyze one of your films, one of your porn films. We were going to analyze it, and you couldn't get through it. You kind of wimped out. Actually, you got embarrassed, and so we didn't do it. But my mom was in here. We were just
hilarious, or like it depends on what era it was fun. I've been doing it since 2012, but yeah, I mean, some of the early stuff I think is hilarious.
It was funny. It was fun. No, well, it was funny because you just got shy. That's all it was. Like, I think now you'd have no problem, but that was earlier. I don't think it'd be an issue now. But anyway, so it was funny though. But my mom, like, she was sitting there at the table, and then she got up like almost immediately when she realized what we were going to be talking about. She's very tolerant though. I mean, considering, I don't know if she could probably hear this right now, but considering how different my life has gone from what she would have imagined or hoped, I think. Okay, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to show everybody your little segment on the documentary, Celtic. Hopefully I won't get in any trouble for this. I don't think I will. I put it on my Instagram a long time ago.
On my Instagram as well.
Is it? Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna look at. Is it accessible? Is it pretty accessible if I go to your Instagram?
I only have 16 or 26 posts. And that's
all right. I'm gonna look at it that way then. I thought, okay, this is one of the first things that I ever saw about him, because you had followed my stuff for a bit, and so I just dropped you a line one day and said hi or something. I don't even remember.
Hey, cutie pie, what's going on there, boy?
Yeah. I think that was more the tone. That was definitely no, but seriously, I think I actually asked you about Bobby Sands, which is funny. But I'd just seen that Fassbender movie again. Anyway, point is though, I looked you up, and this is one of the things that came up, and I thought it was so funny, and it was such great comedy, and you need like someone to come along and give you a reality show, because I thought it was just so naturally funny. Okay, let me see if I can find it here on your page. So I'd posted it a while back.
Yeah, it'd be great to have those resources of
here it is. Yeah. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. It would be great. What?
Just to have the other day, I had a friend of mine operating the camera for me in the gym instead of holding the camera and operating it myself. And it was so much more enjoyable. And then she was so not kind. She was like, "Oh, I'll edit it for you as well." So I got somebody else to shoot the video and edit it for me. And I was just like, it was all done within 2 hours. I was like, this is brilliant.
All right. I didn't realize that somebody was muted because I can hear him. I'm sorry, just a second. Yeah, no, it's actually, person, you're going to piss me off here because I have been hearing what he's been saying for the last 5 fucking minutes or whatever. Okay. I'm sorry if you can't hear it, but I can hear what he's saying. So we can try to fix it. So are you all saying that you cannot hear Celtic Iron? Kinky Connoisseur, you can hear him. Yes?
Oh yeah.
Or no?
Yeah. Everything
Okay.
sounds. No, I can hear everyone. Everyone sounds good.
Who
Okay.
can't be heard?
Who cannot hear him? So I can try to fix it, but he's not muted. So I'm not sitting here all of this time oblivious to the fact that he's muted. Thank you, sir.
She's getting.
That's right. I will fuck you up. I'm actually kidding. So foreign, I mean, yes, I have been hearing him, but I'm just giving you a hard time.
I'm sure. Is that an Irish name? That might be an Irish name.
Am I pronouncing it horribly? Tell us. You can tell us foreign seriously how to pronounce it correctly. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I feel bad for anybody that gets into an argument with an Irish person, just assuming that they're an American white person, and then all of a sudden they just walk into a buzzsaw of an accent. You know? What's your problem? It's immediately put back on.
Oh my gosh. Oh
Your
my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, so AJ's the voice of reason as usual. The individual's behind in the live stream. Okay, yeah. So, but that wouldn't explain. They were talking about someone else's mic being muted, not mine. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand any of this technology. But Vanessa V says, "Don't stop doing you, Celtic. I love your Twitter post. I drop link in chat. Please visit this chat as much as you can." Oh, that's awesome. People go to his link tree also if you want to donate or if you want to give him a tip for his portion of this.
Just subscribe, okay? Subscribe.
Well, subscribe. Okay, that too. But I'm gonna repost everything. Missy Jade.
Jade's in Australia. Jade loves it.
She's awesome.
There we go. Lovely.
She says, "Happy birthday. Not many people have the ability to motivate and inspire people through their words and works. You are amongst the few. Sent you a birthday vid on WhatsApp. Oh, I'll check it out. Sending happy vibes to Mr. Iron 2. Oh, thank you so much. Missy is, I mean, there's like, I appreciate everybody, but there's a group of like 15 people, around about 15 people who are just especially supportive. And I really appreciate you more than you know. And I know Celtic, you have those as well. And Kinky Connoisseur, you'll get those too. Kinky Connoisseur, do you have a link tree or anything you want me to post in addition to?
I don't have one yet. I just have an Instagram and Twitter now.
Okay, I'll put your Instagram up too.
Okay.
And then we're gonna watch his we'll do that in a minute. I'll put all the links up in a minute, but I want to watch his video. Okay, here we go. So I think this is really funny. So it was an Irish documentary, kind of like their version of the BBC. But it was an Irish documentary on the porn industry and specifically Irish people who were, I think they also had like some supposed porn addicts too or whatever, but like it was all Irish people being interviewed about porn. And so
was it? I thought I was the only Irish porn star. Okay.
Well, you were the only porn star. That's what I'm saying. But they were interviewing also like Irish porn addicts. Okay, I'm going to show the whole thing. Don't worry, I'm going to show the whole thing. Just a second. I try to get it to the beginning here.
I don't have that watch anymore. That was a $20,000 watch.
Wait, here we go.
Guitar, I don't have that guitar anymore. I don't live in that fucking apartment anymore. This is the reality. Okay, Christ, it was all going so well.
Well, you're still young and hot. So, and you've got some great content. Here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna play this, and if I can next.
That's a different.
All right, here we go. There we go.
While pornographic imagery now permeates mainstream media, when it comes to attitudes towards ordinary, everyday adult performers, the stigma often remains. There are very few Irish working in the industry, and fewer still willing to appear on camera. One young man from Dublin, however, was happy to share his story.
Come on in, you broken motherfuckers. This is the TV room, sofas, protein powder, and this is the kitchen. I like it in here. It's got good feng shui.
Bradley came to LA with dreams of becoming a rock star.
Dublin Airport, in the new terminal. They turned around and I said to my mother, I said, all right, mommy, I'm going now. I'll see you when I see you. The last thing she said was, whatever you do, don't do any pornos.
But within months, he found himself on the set of an adult movie. And before long, Bradley was making a living in porn.
I'd signed on the Wednesday, I got the call on the Friday, and I knew all weekend that come Monday morning, I was going to be in a gangbang. And I remember thinking, you can either go in there, be nervous and act like a bitch. You can go in there, get it on, and do a better show than all the other guys. Blow them out of the water. That was my test there last week. How did you get on in that exam? I don't know, but I've been there before. You feel good or you feel bad? Before I even got home that day, the producer and director had called my agent, and I was already booked on 2 shows.
Did all of you order the nude tutor then?
Where else in the world are you going to get paid? Fuck, 3 or 4 porn stars before lunchtime on a Monday? You know,
You
like
look like
it's
Tom Cruise there.
it's
I love
not rocket
the vibe
science.
here.
Oh. Now, to build up the whole midsection and the squats, you know, because all the thrust power comes from here. You gotta do about another 50 to 100 of these. So that's where you're gonna be at. That's the pocket right there. Putting your body and your soul out there onto the web, you're giving something away. You need to be compensated for that. Bottom line, the girls make 3 to 5 times what the guys do, right? You start out, let's say, at about 350 or 4 in 90 minutes. And then within 2 years or so, climb to like a consistent rate of 550, 650, 750. For girls, it's pretty horrific. Because like, I mean, it's a different thing. If they're totally into it and that's just the way they were brought up and programmed. I mean, there are some very intelligent girls in this industry. And then there are a lot of Barbie dolls as well. You know, you sometimes feel embarrassed for the girls. You know, it's just like, wow, fuck me, she's the Pele of anal. It's getting very hardcore. I don't want to make a woman vomit, but directors and producers want to see that. You know what I mean? And then if the vomit doesn't come out the right color, they make her drink some shit, and then you got to do it all over again.
So that was it. And I thought that was so I mean, it was so funny, and then also it was really introspective and kind of insightful toward the end of like, yeah, this is this really bizarre environment I'm in, and I don't know, I just thought it was really cool. And so you told me that you almost got a reality show, right?
Yeah, they offered me a reality show on the back of that. And
What happened?
I guess I asked for too much money. And like, at the time, like I wasn't taking it seriously. You know what I mean? So my main thing, I was trying to win a Grammy or get on a record that could be involved in the Oscars. Like that was my thing. I was brought to America as an alien of exceptional talent as a sound engineer. That's what I was professionally trained as. And yeah, I just thought that like, oh, I'll get on a tour, I'll get on a record. And yeah, I asked them for too much money. I think is what it was. It's like, because they had it and they made me an offer and we went back and forth. And it was just like, looking back, I was a younger man. So now looking back 10 years later and I'm able to see that it's like, you weren't as good a negotiator then as you are now. And if I had been, had my maturer brain in that younger body, yeah, I would have closed the deal, because that's the most important thing. It's not about getting the most amount of money. It's about closing the deal and maximizing the opportunity. And that's not the way I saw it at the time. It's the way I saw it at the time. Because even in that little clip there, I was still saying, you know, you're putting your body online, you know, you need to be compensated. I was very, very on my own self-worth. You know, I was very like, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing this, and I'm doing this. I want this much money. And I wouldn't budge. And sometimes that's not how life goes. Sometimes in life, you need a little bit of give and take. You know, you wash my back, I'll wash yours. Sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively. And yeah, I guess now I'm just gonna create my own my own reality show. Like I've got this one friend here that worked with the camera for me last week and did the editing for me. I'm gonna continue building, and I hope to compete in the Mr. Olympia in 2 years' time. I've put on 20 pounds of muscle in the last 3 months, and so I hope to put on another 40 pounds of muscle to bring myself up over 200 pounds so that I can compete in 2025 in the master division of the Mr. Olympia. So,
well, I know that you were 2-time Mr. Ireland champion, right?
Four times.
4. I didn't know that, but that's something that's
16. I was 20 years old.
That was something that the tabloids, the Irish tabloids, were happy to oblige you in confirming when they, and I don't want to get into it, but when they sort of tried to Me Too you a little bit for something stupid, and they mentioned though that you had been a teenage Mr. Ireland. So anyway, I think it's cool that's out there.
They couldn't even give me the respect of calling me Mr. Ireland. They couldn't call me a humanitarian. They couldn't call me a peacekeeper. All they could do was all they could do was say, "Oh, beauty pageant king," you know, or beauty, whatever.
Yeah, they tried to trivialize you and make it sound like you were like a pretty boy, like Zoolander, the blonde guy in Zoolander.
They wouldn't know anything about women, you know.
Oh man, well, I love it. I think you had a colorful history, and I continue to think that that someone is going to come along who sees the potential that I've seen in some of your work, including that segment, and is going to figure out something to do with you. I think that your life would be a great reality show of some kind. So you should start. I'm glad that you're going to. You should start making your own. And I think that if you can put out content about your life, your daily life, the life of a porn star, however you want to do it, life of an Irish porn star, and you can make it as interesting or as funny as on the mark witty as what we just saw, if you could do something like that like once a week, that would be amazing. Don't you think, Kinky Connoisseur?
Yeah, I think that would be great. I think that would get a lot of traction.
Life, it's a tricky tapestry. It's all about balance and things in time. Rome wasn't built in a day, but yeah, I hope to travel the world. I want to get out to Australia. I want to get out to Texas. I want to get out to Japan. I want to get out to Spain. I want to see everybody. I want to teach everybody how to work out healthily, eat healthily, and make love healthily, baby.
Yeah. Well, that sounds good. That's a great pitch. All right, so I'm gonna get
I got to jump off here, ladies. I gotta love you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, happy
so you
birthday.
leave, and then my mom is going to come on, but we will see you later. Okay. Everybody, I'm going to repost.
Bye, Celtic.
Peace out, Kinky.
Your stuff, Celtic. All right, bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye. Okay. Take that off. Oh, but I think that everybody can see, we were talking, Kinky Connoisseur earlier about Celtic Iron. Oh, now I'm getting some feedback again, but we'll see if it lasts. We were talking about him earlier, you and I, and I was talking about how he's a tricky personality. And I mean, I know he's going to hear this and everything. No big deal. He's a tricky personality to have on an interview or a stream, because I don't know what he's going to say. And I totally love freedom of expression. And I never personally have a problem with anything, really almost anything that he says, particularly because I know that most of it's in the comedic vein. But I know that there are a number of people who find certain things really offensive. And so my point being that I always have a little bit of anxiety about it, but invariably when he comes on my channel and talks for a while, and you see how funny and sharp he is, and I particularly think that he's really funny and clever and incisive when he is in his day-to-day interactions and what we were seeing in that video, in that Irish documentary. So I think that when he told me that he was going to he's going to try to do a web series on his life, I think that'd be really cool personally.
Yeah.
So I hope everybody supports that. Hope everybody supports that. Okay. So I'm going to grab my mom. If you just want to sit here for a minute, on mute or whatever, everybody, I don't care. And I'm gonna. Is Celtic Iron back? Are you wanting to get back?
No. I was just listening to you while I'm getting ready to go.
Oh, okay. Well,
this is my fit check. God bless you.
Okay, cool. I just wanted you to understand that I can see what you're doing, but I'll take you off the screen. Okay. Anyway, all right. Give me 1 second, people. Everybody. Okay. 1 minute. Mom, are you ready to come over and say hi? Here we go. Now they can see you when you come sit here. Okay. 1 second. Wait, they can't hear you very well, but though I'm gonna have to hear.
You're muted still.
Didn't hear any of that. I've done this twice today, Mom. It must be some kind of self-destructive Freudian thing, muting myself where they can't hear me. Okay. So they couldn't hear anything that you said. I'm sorry. That was a trial run.
Okay. Well, first of all, hi, Kinky.
Hi. Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And Kristen had asked me what I had been doing today. It's just went to look at a house. My fiance and I are.
You know what? That is going to make.
Oh wow!
You keep talking.
We just have to have everything perfect. We're in the process of looking for a house, so we went to look at a house. But the rest of the day, I've been running errands and what. I'm a real sentimental person, and so on birthdays of my children, I'm kind of choking up talking about it. I like to think back about what happened that day. And in Kristen's case, has been 43 years ago, and so birthdays are special to me with my children because I reminisce and I'm about the day I gave birth, the day they came into the world. So that's what I've been doing today. And I want to say happy birthday, Kristen.
Thank you.
That's great. She's dying inside right now.
No, I'm not dying. I just squirming a little.
Okay, she's trying hard not to die inside.
Oh my God.
And if I really wanted to make her go, yeah, I'd
do
reach
a
over and I would kiss right there. No, she'd probably be trying to file some sort of charge against me for kissing her on the cheek.
That's funny. It is true. I've gone through periods where I was more comfortable with it. I think when I've gone through harder periods in life, like when we lost a mutual friend, and I was really sad about it, to terminal cancer, I was more comfortable with physical affection then, I think, because I felt so horrible or sad or whatever. But yeah, on the whole, I've just always, was I like that when I was a little girl? Like small?
You weren't real loving. I mean, you didn't really.
You weren't real loving.
I mean, you really didn't need a lot of kisses. What she would do, which I
just look forward to when all my enemies online splice out that segment and say, look, her mom said she wasn't really loving.
Well, loving, we're talking about real demonstrative. But what I fondly like to think about is sometimes when I would do something when she was like maybe, I don't know, 3 to 4 years old, I would do something that she didn't like. And if I would be like down, kind of talking to her eye level, trying to explain something, and she would come and put her arm around me and act like she was giving me a real big hug, but I could hear her teeth gritting. And I think she would mask aggression, like she was giving me a really big hug. And I could just hear her teeth going.
Wow, that's pretty disturbing. It's like covert aggression there. No, if I ever do something bad, then they can dig that.
I think that was maybe the good example of passive aggressive.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Giving you a big hug, but I'm gritting my teeth.
Oh man. Well, I see in the comments people saying that my mom looks amazing. So can I tell them how old you are?
Yes.
So this lady, and she has no Botox or fillers or anything right now. She is
72.
So I kind of have like a J-Lo type mom situation. We were talking earlier on this stream about, I was saying, of course, Jennifer Lopez has all this work done, of course, and in great physical shape and everything. But also, if you look at her mom, when she was in her 50s, looked like she was in her 20s. So there were some really powerful genes at work there too. So I feel like that with you.
See how affectionate she's being. That's not as good as it gets.
Oh man. Well, so my mom would like all of you to know that my PayPal is linked below, and that this is not my nice house. This is not a house that I have any claim to.
Well, maybe
as
one
pretty
day.
as it is.
Maybe one day she will.
So yes,
giving it to her today, though. This is not a birthday present announcement.
She would like to remind me that my PayPal link is below this video, and I appreciate donations.
And this is actually the best part of the house, right here behind us. It goes to every room you go in.
Oh my gosh. AJ or Vanessa, one of you post the PayPal link again so I can put it up, because that's something that she wanted me to make sure I did. So you had a picture now.
I do want to say, no, I don't want to change the subject quite yet. Yes, she loves being on here and being here for y'all and everything. So keep her on the YouTube.
All right, I like that. I like that.
Keep her on the YouTube.
So we're going to talk to Kiki Connoisseur more in a minute about some things, but I wanted you brought something you want to show them? Let me give you a full screen. Hold on a second. Okay.
I love this. I've never been able to share with anybody on her birthday. But
how old was I in these pictures? I know they're kind of getting a glare, but they can mostly see it. Oh, look at you. Look at how hot. Oh, it's kind of hard to make this work. Look at how hot my mom, it's kind of hard for you to see, but how hot she was. Anyway, okay, Mom, you speak.
I'm thinking, I'm not good at getting things on screen either. I'm thinking you were like with your on your stomach and on your back with your favorite stuffed animal. I'm thinking you were probably about maybe 6 months or less, maybe somewhere 5 or 6 months. Kristen had horrible colic for the first 6 months of her life. The doctor gave her all kinds of stuff that they could give to try to help.
You tell them what colic is. Some might not know.
Well, it's really caused by a baby's digestive tract not being immature. And so it forms every time a baby nurses, it's like forms huge amounts of gas, and it's pretty much continuous pain. And some babies don't have it at all. She had a really super healthy case of it. And so she screamed, literally cried in pain almost the first 6 months of her life. But and so that was one of the few smiles you probably had on your face.
I was depressed for you.
She came in the world thinking,
this is a really positive portrayal. This kind of reminds me of the minutes of Phoenix Rising, actually, the way they depict Rachel.
Oh my God. Well, I don't know.
I'm joking. I'm giving you a hard time.
But anyway, once she came out of that, she did not sleep because of the colic.
My mom had a horrible time. Speaking of hellish,
she did not sleep.
You never slept for the first 6 months, huh?
Yeah, she did not sleep all night long until she was 6 months old, and she cried off and on. The longest nap from a newborn that she took, because her stomach hurt her so badly, was maybe 20 minutes. And the rest of the time,
torture for you, Mom.
So, but it's wonderful being a mom. See, it didn't stop me.
I like the sort of slightly strange tone when your voice changed. You say, "It's wonderful."
Well, I thought there may be people out there that needed
it's
to
like
hear
that
that.
Johnny Depp Amber Heard hostage video when they had to make the Australian government forced them to, and she was like.
Well, I just thought there may be someone out there who's pregnant who needs some encouragement.
Because I want to.
Well, that was a very
that was unusual.
That was a very unusual situation, but ever since then, it's been wonderful.
Okay, somebody was saying muted earlier. Oh, okay, all right, it's good. All right, I'm sorry. I don't know if you're not muted right now, but I don't know if I keep screwing it. I guess I keep screwing it up today. I'll try to be more cognizant of it. Okay. That was earlier, when I was muted for 3 minutes. Okay, so what time was I born?
About 6:30.
Okay.
About 6:30. So what time is it now? It's
not too long.
Not too long.
Do a countdown.
We're going out. We have reservations out and eat at 6:30. So it will be.
Where are we eating? Remind me.
We're going to Tejas de Brazil, and is
for those of you who don't know, who don't live, I think maybe it's more of a Southern thing. I don't know.
I would have maybe Texas, Southern. Yeah, I don't know how many states it's in. It's you pay just a set price, and they walk around with all sorts of meat skewered. I mean, they have unbelievably great. I even hate to use the term salad bar because that reduces it down to just kind of the same old thing. But
no, it's an amazing salad bar though. So I've only ever gone when she takes me because it is on the pricier side, but I just get the salad bar. So it's supposed to be all you can eat.
Well, it's two different prices. The salad bar is one price, and then if you want the meat,
but I just love the salad bar because you really don't. You don't really need anything else. I mean, there's so much food,
like shrimp and just different things on there too. But
smoked salmon,
anyway,
like
the reservation is at 6:30, and
all right,
so we won't
be going on too much longer. It's 4 hours and 7 minutes. But I wanted to talk a little bit with Kinky Connoisseur. So my mom has a degree in psychology or counseling, right? Okay, so you have an advanced degree in counseling and was a counselor for many years in various settings. And so anyway, I was curious, Kinky Connoisseur, is there anything like we could interesting that we should ask her about the Manson stuff? Are there any because you're a very psychologically intuitive person, I feel like. And so what do you think, what are some compelling questions still out there that we have about the psychology of all this?
Yeah, I guess, has your mom watched Phoenix Rising? I guess, what did she think of just how Evan Rachel Wood presented herself, and then how she talked about her family and her family's dynamic in the documentary?
I have not watched the whole thing.
You watched some of it?
I watched some of it. Yeah, I did watch some of it. I have not watched the whole thing, but I remember what her brother said was really interesting. The part about how she kind of lived in make-believe, didn't he say? What did he say about that?
Yeah, he said it in a way that it was very subtle, but that seemed to be the meaning. He said that, and correct me if I'm wrong or not, Kinky Connoisseur, but I've seen it several times now, and I believe what he said was that when you live in a world of make-believe, then it's hard to turn that off. He was saying, reference to her. Remember that part?
Yeah, I do remember that. Was that I think that was in part 1, wasn't it?
Yes, I think so. And I think that's pretty well I've watched.
What did you think of? You found her though, Evan Rachel Wood, convincing, didn't you?
Yes.
I know that you don't believe in what I think is her hoax. I know that you think it's a hoax too, and because I've talked with you about the evidence and all the reasons, but just from looking at that, you thought it was compelling, right?
Right. I mean, it's very believable, and just I mean, she's a very composed person, and it was.
And that she definitely was.
Yeah, well, okay, maybe so, because I haven't seen her in other
No, but I'm
settings
agreeing
too much.
with you. I'm saying it's a good observation.
A very composed person. And I think that goes a long way, being composed about whatever you're talking about, being succinct, being able to express yourself. That goes a long way when we are listening to somebody for the first time or trying to evaluate whether what they're saying is true or not. And yeah, she came off very well. Kinky, what were you talking what briefly, what did her young years, what were they about?
Well, I guess I was curious. I guess this would be more in part 2 that you didn't get to watch yet, but she is talking with her mother about the allegations, and then she also talks with her brother. And so I just thought the dynamic, the family dynamic, was interesting, and I just thought what you thought of that.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that.
I think that it was interesting. I remember watching it with mom, and like I said, I don't think we got, like she said, I don't think we got very far, maybe just 30 minutes into it. But I remember her saying, "Oh, I know that you say that he's innocent, that Manson is innocent." And at that point, she had not watched, I don't think, hardly any of my videos at that point. This was much earlier on. anything, but she said, I know that you say Manson is innocent, but like she's pretty convincing or something like that. And you said, if I didn't know better, or if you hadn't told me your opinion on it, I would think this guy's a really bad guy. And I say that just to say it's an effective piece of propaganda, unfortunately. And I hope somebody comes along one day and can produce something that demonstrates the truth. Anyway, any other topic? I mean, any other thoughts or things you wanted to ask about, bring up? Kinky connoisseur?
Yeah. I'm trying to think about the Manson case or just in general.
Of it. Yeah, anything that you're
Yeah. I guess, has your mom during her years of counseling, like, has she had clients that like talk about kink, or is that something that she's ever discussed, like in her
children? Yeah, well, she's a
children. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was maybe with adults. Okay.
What comes up with you counseled parents before? Has that ever, without, I know you can't name names or disclose anything, but
no. I really don't know what Kinky's asking me.
Oh no, well she was talking about, like, in terms of sexuality. How have you had to counsel clients about sex?
Well, of course, with young children, you do get into some unusual sexual behaviors with young children, but that all stems from child abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And I have had to, you do have children who have been abused or who have been allowed to watch certain things. And we're talking about really young children in some cases, that they're not mature enough yet to psychologically process. And children who have been sexually abused, they act out in school settings. It's not uncommon for them to masturbate, to be touching themselves, to seek to touch other people. And of course, as pretty much probably everyone knows, that in a school setting, when you start seeing children do that, or children do it anywhere, that's the first thing you think about is sexual abuse. It's coming from something just kind of within them. But just an example of a little pre-K-er that I counseled, he started at school, trying to reach up girls' skirts, pull their pants down, that sort of thing. And they tried to, the teachers tried all their bags of tricks on him, so to speak, to try to help him with that. Just couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. So when I was talking they called the parents in, and the parents said that the dad had, and this was many years ago before there was really internet, the children would have gotten on. The dad had a basket of magazines. I don't know exactly, like, I don't know, Penthouse, Playboy, whatever, kept in the bathroom. I mean, the mom knew about it, and they had been told that was off limits to them. Well, when I visited with the little boy, he and his brother had been sneaking into the bathroom, looking at them. And I think one of the most heartbreaking moments maybe that I've had in counseling, that little boy, after we had some sessions and talking, at one point, he just lost it and started crying. And he said my name, and he said, "Please help me. Help me get rid of these pictures in my mind. I see them all the time." And he was just bawling. So that's when you're counseling children, that's the areas that I would get into with sexuality, that sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah.
That reminds me of the film that we had seen a couple of weeks ago, Sound of Freedom, that's so popular right now, such a surprise. But one of the things that it gets into is the toll that it takes on the people who deal with these children and pick up the pieces and these utterly just horrifying and incomprehensible situations. So anyway, I know she's retired now. She's doing some volunteer work, but you counseled kids in some really just at times just incredibly horrific situations for decades. So good on you for that, for doing that.
And I have the counseling I did. I taught psychology for like 30 plus years at a college, but and at times you would have people after class come up and talk about various things with me, but not obviously you were limited in an environment like that. But college I did do some counseling in college also, and it did run the gamut of to a degree, but that was many, many years ago where people were not as honest about their sexuality. And it was something that they would be as upfront about. I feel like probably now people who feel they need counseling with some sexual either issues or just their sexual issues, they would be more upfront now coming in. Many, many years ago, that was not an easy thing for people to be upfront about. And so it took a lot to even get it around to where people would really kind of level with the extent of what they were dealing with or what they wanted to explore and talk about. So I'm sure now it would be just much easier to get to the point because people are going to be more open about it.
That's interesting. That's interesting. And I've talked before, I think actually with you, Kinky, perhaps about the downsides of like the upsides and the downsides of therapy and how one of the downsides in therapy, I feel like that is almost inevitable is that you develop a kind of relationship, like a friendship of sorts with the therapist, just talking, every day on an intimate level like that. And that as that relationship develops, it can become more and more, difficult to be totally honest if you feel like you're letting, as like another friend you're letting down or something, right? But it made me think about what she's saying here about how it must have been when there was for so many gays and lesbians, when there was and bisexuals, but when there was such a stigma to these things that they probably felt like they couldn't even open up in a therapeutic context. I'm talking about just like normal gay and lesbian behavior, not anything abuse. But anyway, I don't know. It's interesting.
Definitely.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, when I started going to counseling when I was in my late teens, early 20s, and I was trying to figure out my sexuality and come to terms with me, I'm bisexual, and then obviously interested in BDSM and kink. It was a bit difficult at first to admit that to her. I wasn't sure, how she was going to take it, and thankfully she was a very good psychologist that was open-minded and wanted me to talk about my viewpoints on it. And so that was nice. But I definitely understand like the idea of you almost become friends with them and you don't want to let them down or make them feel like you're not succeeding in life, even if you're having issues.
Right. I think I'd heard you mention, I don't know, an hour ago that I was tolerant, relatively speaking, based in spite of my viewpoints and things about. And I'm not saying that I was a good counselor, but a good counselor really needs to have total tolerance, neutrality, and that's hard. That's really hard to do, but I think therapy is just so good, even for a person who doesn't feel like they have any kind of big issues that they have to work through. It's good to have a impartial person like you found in the man or the woman you went to, who was able to let you in whatever area to explore and to talk about and to just, when thoughts just keep going round and round inside of you, they, to me, are like a hurricane over water. They're just gaining more and more power.
Yeah.
And being able to verbalize to someone who's not going to make you either feel guilty or who doesn't become hurt because they love you or scared for you or whatever, that is such a relief to be able to just get out. I think even if you don't have a good therapist, just get a notepad and journal what you're thinking. To get out your thoughts, because when they're in your head, they just gain momentum, they swirl, but they don't really have anywhere to go.
Right.
Amen. Amen. Well, you can see that she has a lot of insight, and you can see why I've been trying to get her to start her own YouTube channel. I try to anybody and everybody in my life whose intelligence I respect and who I think are appealing to the viewer. I'm encouraging them to, just like with you, Kinky Connoisseur. You started off as a patron of mine, and then you and I interacted enough to where I said, you know what, you should start a channel. So I think you can see why I'm encouraging her to start a channel, and hopefully you'll be doing that at some point. But anyway, so you don't have any links right now, but just, subscribe to my YouTube channel, follow along, and eventually I'll hopefully have some news about this lady. So anyway, I guess we will see you later. I'm going to wrap things up with them. So go away. No, I'm kidding.
Bye.
Time with you. Bye-bye, Kiki.
Love you, Mom.
Yeah, it was nice talking with you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right. So because we are going to go to dinner for my birthday, and my mom got these reservations, so I do need to be presentable. Oh, I hear a dog in the background.
Yeah, yeah, my dog's barking.
Is that a sign for you that you need to leave? Hold on.
She probably has to go to the bathroom. Yeah,
it's perfect time. Everything is about to fall apart now. So anyway, so I'm going to say goodbye to you, and then I'm going to wrap it up. But everybody, check out again, her YouTube channel is the Kinky Connoisseur. And I'm going to go back and edit out the places where I said your first name. It's such a common first name, it doesn't matter anyway. But I'll edit those out. But Kinky Connoisseur on YouTube. And so I'll see you later. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kristen. Have a great birthday.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. All right. So it is now just me. So I'm going to need to leave too, but I just wanted to say that I've always hated my birthday. I've always hated celebrating it. I've always had this dark existential view of, oh God, it's one more year toward death. And even though I'm a spiritual person, and I actually do believe that there are possibilities for other things after death and stuff, I don't think death is the end. At the same time, obviously, everybody dreads, to some degree, the passage of time. And so it is something that has always been a downer to me. But I have to say that this is probably the best birthday experience I've had, just being able to get on here and to know that there are people who like me. You really like me, to quote Sally Field. But no, there are people who appreciate what I do or what I'm trying to do, even despite mistakes that I make at times and ways that I fail and what have you. And I'm always trying to get better, looking to get better, and I'm excited to see what the next year is going to bring. And I appreciate all of you so much. And even when I cannot respond or I cannot get back to people, or I'm just so inundated with stuff, I need like an assistant secretary or something, right? But I do see a lot of what's going on. I do see a lot of your comments and your likes and your support and everything. So I appreciate you. So again, everybody, I'm going to, in the comments section, I'm going to put links to everybody's channels and stuff who have been on here. And so you can check out the comments, the top comment, the pinned comment in a moment. I'll put that up. And also, I do appreciate any tips, donations, even $1. It means something. And I know these days, like, nobody has any money, right? But I do appreciate those of you who donate, and those, even if you can't, those of you who spread the word and who show up here and who I can obviously see you care, and I appreciate that and support my work. But all of my links are below, and let me see before I get out of here if there are any PayPal messages that I've missed. Phantom V, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, Jenny. As always, one of my best supporters. Happy birthday, Kristen. Thank you so much. Maria, thank you so much, Maria. Happy birthday, Kristen. Have a good one. So I really appreciate y'all. And yeah, thank you again, everybody, to my mods, and for a great birthday. And I love you all. And bye-bye.